7 o'clock, we'll call to order the special meeting. Please read the roll.
Mr. Amrine,
Here.
Ms. Selka,
Here.
Mr. Clapper,
Here.
Mr. De Leon,
Here.
Mr. Hook,
Here.
Ms. Rosenberg,
Here.
Ms. Schaefer-Bish, here, Mr. Sidoti, Mr. Turner.
Here.
Okay. Oh, goodness. All right. All right. Tom Mann, Sheldon, Darlene Rocco, Craig Berger, Brian Bialik, Jeff Roger, Adam Stevens, Julie Herdschmidt, Laura Pipsman Springer, Jasmine Jefferson, Jason Gartland, Dawn Albright, and who are we missing? Oh, Todd Milton.
Second. Aye.
Go with that. Purpose of tonight's meeting is gather after a lot of thought, presented to your meeting. First of all, thank everybody who served in our joining us here tonight. Please know that we appreciate your willingness to time to the community, and we value your input. No, the term city's constitution and outlines the fundamental structure and value of our city government. Such an important document, we are careful and thoughtful about what we change in it. Tonight we have a number of proposals, and it is language and charge, and we have a couple of new topics that you asked added to the charter. The ethics council will consider whether they make sense and whether they be for documents go to the voters. The new items council will be considering whether the topics are best stated in this charter review commission or whether they would be better in routine operational policies of the city. Be clear tonight, the conversation is only about where the new ideas to be landed. This is not a meeting to assess the performance of city services related to the economic development work of the client. Those are different discussions that we could have in routine course of council business meeting, rather than to drive time away from the charter discussion tonight. Council will vote on which item be placed on the ballot. Voters will get a chance to express their opinion at the fall ballot. The item failing to receive council support, you could also consider a citizen's petition and still get it before the voters. Again, I want to thank the committee, charter committee, especially volunteering their staff, and took the time to get such information before us tonight. And I urge the council members to keep it the conversation focused at the level of the charter rather than city operations. That I guess the procedure is you're going to address us. So Adam, if you want to start with number 1 or number 2, I'll put it that way. Unless, Hope, do you, are we clear with what we're doing here?
Yes. Yes. I would like to thank the commission. It was wonderful working with them, and they had a lot to do in a little bit of time, but they did it. And you have a lot to do in a little bit of time too. by the way, Robin brought up at the last Charter Review Commission meeting, any of these proposals that you send on to the council meeting to vote on, when you vote on them, it needs to be a 2/3 vote to get it on the ballot.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Noting visitors in the audience, will there be a chance for visitors to speak on these issues? Will there be a chance for visitors to speak?
Yeah.
Hello. Ready?
Yeah, I do. I'm just wondering, is this kind of like a committee meeting where we then advance to council
Yes, yes,
or
and
not advance to council?
correct.
Right.
And the mayor did note, he was at the last commission meeting, and these need to be at the Board of Elections by August 6th.
Mhm.
And we've got, after tonight, you have 2 more Wednesday nights. Some of these, I'm sure might be easy for you to say, yeah, Hope, let's vote them for next week. If there's some that you're not so sure of and you want more time with, we can always set another special council meeting for the weekend or the week after that to get it in there on time.
Thank you.
Hope to add on to that. Can these issues also be delayed until maybe the next election if they need even more time for discussion and deliberation?
The Constitution indicates that they have to be placed on the ballot within a year of the Charter Review Commission meeting. So that would be the primary.
Okay. So I guess the answer then is yes, they could be put in on the spring. All right. Thank you. Well, hello, everybody. I do want to reiterate what Hope said. Thank you to everybody on the commission. It's been a pleasure having great discussions and listening to all of your ideas. And it was a great time. It wasn't painful at all. I actually really enjoyed coming here. My name's Adam Stevens. I'm resident of Kent here, obviously. So I guess what the best thing we can do is just go through one by one, and we'll talk through the proposals. As Mayor Fiala said, there are a few easy ones, and there's some more.
Take each section, then we'll vote on it.
Okay, cool.
Discussion, then vote on it.
Okay. So let's just get started then. So section 2.1, we proposed updating the preamble to the City of Kent Charter to remove the phrase "to Almighty God." And so you can see in the existing charter language, it originally said, "We, the people of the City of Kent, Ohio, grateful to Almighty God for the freedoms we enjoy." And so we removed the "to Almighty God" from here. And I will note one thing that we asked Hope and Kathy to add was the votes that we took for each one of those. So you can see on the commission how popular we thought it was, or how important that we thought this was. And then obviously you'll have time to discuss with other people in the community. It's a pretty small change. It can have an impact on people's opinions of this document. So I don't have much to say about this specific one. It seems pretty straightforward to me. I don't know if anyone on the commission had much they wanted to add on this either. So yes, yeah, Tom, go ahead.
Yes.
You just want to walk it back and forth.
Thanks very much. My name is Thomas Mann. I live up on North Chestnut Street. Also, thank you to the commission. This was a really great experience. I advocated for the removal of the clause from the preamble, specifically for the reason the mayor just indicated, which was that the charter is our constitution. And if you read the constitution, I brought my copy with me, if anybody wants to take a peek, there is no mention of God anywhere in the United States Constitution. And I think it's important for our governing document, our highest level of law, to reflect the Constitution. Thank you. How many microphones now?
I'm Jeff Roger on Wilson, neighbors across the street from Adam. I voted in the negative on this. I believe our founding fathers lived through to be able to get here to create a city, to create this great city that we have. And in my mind, it's in the first sentence for a reason. It is the impact, it is the essence of how our town was founded by Almighty God. I would even accept God, but God needs to be there, in my opinion. And that's why I voted in the negative, and I wanted to express that.
Thanks, Jeff. Any questions from council on this one?
Do I have any questions? Yeah. Anybody from the audience? Please come up to the mic and give your name and address. For the
Yeah,
record.
I have a question procedurally. My name is Sylvia Rhodes and I live on North Chestnut Street. So I have a question procedurally. Do you want us to comment or ask questions about each one as we go along, or hold our questions till the end?
Give your first.
Okay, I don't have a comment so much as I have a question. Does anyone know when this reference to Almighty God was put in our document? Was it put in the document from the founding, or was it added at some later date?
Just suggest it was A1.
Okay, I guess I'd just be curious to know.
Last term.
Yeah, it just would be curious to me if it had been added at some point.
Thank you.
Further from the audience? Then back to council. Does council have a motion to this effect?
There's no motion language, just move to approve to put on the ballot.
Second by Chris.
Wait, the vote needs to be the same as any committee meeting. You're voting to have me do legislation and then you'll vote on it next week. Tonight's a normal majority to get it to the council. And then once it's in a piece of legislation, it's 2/3. So the motions are the same. I apologize for that.
Thank you. Moving on, we proposed in section 2.2, really actually making the document actually reflect what the size of council is, and then addressed one issue around the redrawing of ward lines. So in the original, or in the charter language that we started with, the number of council members was incorrect for what is the current council makeup. And so we proposed removing that, or fixing that, and then removing the editor's note, which updated the number of council members. And then Barb graciously added a amendment to the end of this section, specifically, as we can probably guess for Mr. Hook here, if the city changes ward lines following a decennial census or by ordinance for any other reason, a council member who was elected from one ward but now resides in another shall complete the remainder of their council term. In the election following the member's 4-year term, said member must run in the newly drawn ward in which they reside. So the idea is if the ward lines get redrawn, you aren't immediately in some weird gray area. I don't know how Mr. Hook felt about this, but it seems like this should help clarify that situation.
Anybody else? Commissioner? Council ask questions? Any questions, council? Anybody from the audience? Ma'am, give your name and we gotta do this.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. My name is Sylvia Rhodes and I live on North Chestnut Street. I have a question about the provision that was just read out. It says by ordinance for another reason. So if the city changes ward lines following a census or quote by ordinance for another reason, I would like some explanation as to what that means.
I guess that's yours. Oh, okay.
It's population. Most of the lines are drawn by population. If we by chance had a huge influx of population and in, I'll say the brownfield over on Mogador, and that would change that ward, there'd be more and more people. You do that by an ordinance. Because you'd have to wait till 10 years to realign it otherwise. So that's why.
So just to clarify, if there was a change in population but not reflected in the census, there's an ability to have an ordinance to change the lines. Okay.
You need a legal.
So I guess the question is it possible to redraw the lines by ordinance?
You mean apart from the, when we get the census taken
Yes.
I've never heard of it being done. And Bridget, who is our expert back there, is shaking her head no.
No problem leaving it out. I don't think we'd have any problem in that. It came up as, well, what if council had some problem with it somewhere along the line and we thought we'd give it an out? Doesn't have to be there.
That's, we do word boundaries. That's one of the best things that we mess up. We guarantee Bridget at least 6 months of next.
Unless it's confirmed by your legal team, I guess, that it's that you're able to do that, I would consider striking that that clause.
Thank you. So I don't know, do we need to vote on making that change, or is that something council can just do?
That's council.
Okay.
If it's approved.
Yep.
If it's not, it's a dead issue.
Yes, exactly. Great. I think from the commission, I think we're good.
There motion from council.
Yeah, I would like to move this and strike. Can I do that in one motion? I would like to move the recommendation and strike the or by ordinance for another reason clause from this, but keep the rest intact.
I'll second.
Further discussion, Heidi?
Yeah, I think that this was a very thoughtful redo of this section, especially considering that this could happen to a council person, and to keep it from becoming a really hot political issue. I think this was really wise to include this clause, and also to do the housekeeping cleanup of how many city council people are on council is a good thing. So I'm behind it.
Who seconded it? Jeff. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. You have any
Nothing.
comment?
Nope.
Anybody else have any comment? Seeing none? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, that moves on.
Thank you. Moving on to number 2.3, which is section 5.03. Removal of the phrase as defined by Ohio Revised Code. I'm sorry. This word removal is in here. This is around removal of people from office. Sorry, that's I misspoke. It is addition of the phrase as defined by the Ohio Revised Code. So we had a lot of discussion around moral turpitude and how do you define it and how do you hold people accountable. And Hope was very helpful in telling us that, well, it's defined through the Ohio Revised Code. And so we figured we could add that to give a little bit more structure around moral turpitude and how to interpret it.
Anybody else on the commission? Questions from council?
We actually,
Oh, I'm sorry.
So one of the reasons this came up was that the phraseology of moral turpitude has a fraught history in the United States. This was first used to punish people who helped immigrants into the country. It's also been used to punish people who had a different sexual identity, such as homosexuality. It's been used particularly poorly throughout our history. So the idea behind this is to put a little bit more brackets on to say there are specific things that are included in moral turpitude as a legal definition, not the general amorphous, all these various different moral turpitude concepts. These should all attach to specific infractions.
Further comment? Questions from council? Heidi?
Yeah, does anybody have the definition? This would be fun to read. Good, okay.
Any other questions? Probably got your hand up or?
no.
Oh, audience, is there any question from audience?
Just
Name and address, I'm sorry about that.
Thank you. No, quite all right. My name is Sylvia Rhodes. I live on North Chestnut Street. I have a follow-up to your question. In your review, if you don't have the definition handy, did you review it in the context of your thinking? The definition of moral turpitude as defined in the Ohio Revised Code. Okay, and you didn't find it to be offensive as currently defined.
Use the microphone, please.
Yeah, on the commission next time ever. No, I'd say that the Ohio Revised Code has several sections that refer to the concept, particularly in the context of licensing and professional conduct. What it doesn't do is spell out what moral turpitude specifically is. Ours doesn't either. And it leaves it open to whoever's sitting right there or whoever's hiring or firing someone. And to me, to all of us, that seemed to be very, very sketchy, given all sorts of things in the news this month and the months that we've been here. I think that the concept centers on the idea that certain crimes demonstrate a fundamental flaw in a person's character, but who defines that? Particularly in their honesty and integrity. So Ohio Revised Code does have some things about what's considered dishonest, what is not integral. Doesn't show integrity. So crimes like forgery and fraud and things like that are considered as examples. But it comes primarily that the discussion devolves when you get into sexual conduct and what is considered. Is it because we tried doing something like if you're convicted of a felony of moral turpitude kind, but then we said, well, what's moral turpitude? I mean, is that for us to decide? So leaving it up to the Ohio Revised Code seemed more logical.
Thanks. I'm curious what value you find, if any, in this phrase moral turpitude then, and why you didn't decide simply just to strike it and leave it simply as while in office for a crime or if adjudicated.
Well, I'd say
cetera, et cetera.
that's actually how we started the conversation,
Okay.
was striking this completely. But once we did read what the Ohio Revised Code had to say about it, we thought that gave enough structure to this phrase, as well as still it gives you on council or future councils a little bit of leeway in interpreting the actions of an individual.
So I thought we just heard that there wasn't much structure in the definition of moral turpitude. That it was
Basically, it's in professional sections. So you go for each profession, you'd want to look at the section. And so there's a section on municipal government and they go more into fraud and da. And while there isn't anything specifically sexual, it does say that in Ohio, a crime of moral turpitude is not specifically defined by statute because once again, who's going to say what is moral or is not moral? It's defined locally, but it's generally understood to be an act of baseness, vileness, depravity, and the private and social duties which a man owes to his fellow man or woman or to society in general, contrary to accepted and customary rule and duty between man and man, it says, but essentially involves dishonesty. So it's not for us to decide what moral turpitude is. And I think that's where we finally came down on. I'm looking at Dawn because she had some things to say. It's not up to you guys to decide what moral turpitude is. Let's see if we can find it elsewhere within the Ohio Revised Code. It takes a little bit of the lack of definition away. Might not be enough.
Oh, what's that?
So I appreciate the thoughtful conversation. I am inclined to not have the word moral turpitude either for the very reason that Jason stated, even though the Ohio Revised Code gives a definition, I still think that it's not necessary because you can be removed for gross misconduct, malfeasance, conviction while in office for a crime. And if you just left a comma there, or if adjudicated legally incompetent.
Yes.
I don't think the concept of moral turpitude really benefits in any way. It is an antiquated idea. It has a very negative connotation.
Yes.
And in the world that we live in today, there can be things that could be considered legal that are morally inappropriate. So my thought as a council person is to go just a little bit further and to strike the term altogether.
I got you, Gwen.
That was definitely where we all started off, but we were trying to come up with definitions that we thought would be more specific. Convicted of a felony was, we all thought that was a great idea at first. And then Hope was coming up with some really great examples of things that were not felonies that we'd really want to have someone removed for. And she changed my mind. So that was how we ended up with just making this small change, that it felt like this was more in line with the broad range of things that you might see that you want to make a decision on.
Okay. Gwen.
Yeah, I just hope, does it fundamentally change whether moral turpitude is in here or not? Does it make much of a difference whether it says moral turpitude or not, if it's something? I just want to make sure that if it's a civil offense or if it's some other offense, that we don't get into a conversation in the future that since it doesn't say morally turpituded,
Well,
that it's, I don't want to accidentally step into a loophole.
The moral turpitude, even if it's a word that has a negative connotation, it actually is a term of legal art. The Supreme Court uses it a lot. I typically in our setting, it's going to be more of like thieving from the city, some type of fraudulent conduct, things like that. I'm trying to think of anything civil that I would do that I wouldn't get charged with a crime if you would be upset about that and want to get rid of, well, I'm at will, you can get rid of me at any time you want. As I sit here, no, I think if you take out moral turpitude and just leave crime in there, we'll be fine.
It has the same.
Yes, yes.
And
Yes, thank you.
Melissa?
I think if, as long as we can take it out and there are no ramifications, we have the latitude as council to make a decision based on what the crime is. And I think I would rather see us operating, knowing our colleague and the offense and having some leeway to do it. Otherwise, it says conviction for office, in office for a crime involving moral turpitude. So somebody could do something that is a crime that doesn't include moral turpitude, but we might consider it an offense that we don't think that they should be on council anymore.
Yeah, maybe I could get charged with trespassing on his property or something, and you'd be like,
Or
great,
stalking,
yeah.
or something like that.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, sure. I'm sorry, just ask. Make the double motion.
Hey, what, Chris? Oh, wait, we're going around council right now. Just trying to keep a little order here.
I was prepared to make a motion so we can go back to.
All right. Ooh.
My name is Sylvia Rhodes. I live on North Chestnut Street. I realize we've been focused on the idea of moral turpitude, but when we take moral turpitude away, we're left with while in office for a crime. That's pretty broad. So it narrows it somewhat when we talk about moral turpitude. We have to reach the threshold of a crime, I don't even know what that entails. And when you mention trespass, I mean, it seems like something very small could be a crime. I'm concerned that I don't really understand what the ramifications of conviction while in office for a crime, period, would be.
Barb actually has one section if you want to hear from the Ohio Revised Code.
Like I said, I'm not a lawyer, and Hope is most of the time, but she's not looking up. There's one reference: behaviors that are unethical, immoral, or deviate from acceptable social standards can rise to the level of moral turpitude. And that's Ohio Revised Code 4776. That's kind of what.
Okay, Chris.
I understand that I still continue to the same issue that Kobe were having, this sort of trying to come up with something that wouldn't be criminal in nature is a difficult one. I also, it seems like council has wide berth here, right? So if there is a crime that takes place, whether it's a misdemeanor all the way up to a serious felony, council still has the responsibility and duty to debate the nature of that crime and then make the, obviously unfortunate decision to remove that person. So for me, I'm in support of removing moral turpitude. I think mention of depravity in the Constitution is obscene in the 21st century. It's a phrase that does not seem to work for our city. I would support continuing to make the motion while striking that language.
Gwen?
I was just going to point out that the very first part, that council should be the judge of it. I think that protects whether it's a teeny tiny, insignificant crime, if, something like trespassing versus something much larger. I think it I feel that it addresses your point. Thank you for bringing that up, though.
This one.
And since there's 9 people on council, the likelihood that something minor could be taken out of context and one person wouldn't be able to follow through on a vendetta, it requires it's a 2/3. It would be a 2/3 vote for that particular one. If we were to remove someone. It would be a simple majority. Still, I think that we have enough representation between the 9 people to be okay with the language of striking that out. So any other comments? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'll make a motion.
Anybody else? Any other questions? Go ahead and whistle.
I make a motion to accept this revision, but striking the portion of the sentence involving moral turpitude as defined by the Ohio Revised Code.
Second that.
Second by, is there further discussion? Melissa? Chris? Any other discussion? Heidi?
It seems a little odd to remove that and take it to the voters because, all right, I see it was already in there involving moral turpitude was part of it. Okay, I get it. So we're striking moral turpitude, but we're not really following the recommendation of the commission to try to clarify that. So it is changing. And do tend to agree that that is still loosely defined, and I'm not sure that I fully trust the state of Ohio in defining this term. However, there is a lot of what we talked about. This is an or this or that, and it's really up to the council to determine this. So I am in favor of removing involving moral turpitude. And I do want to apologize to the commission for changing this around so much. And I realize that that is something you struggled with as well. And it just feels like that could potentially be abused. So I will vote for this. Go forward.
Further? All in favor of the motion is revised, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, 1 no. All right, next.
Thank you. Those are some of the same discussions we had as well. Moving on to number 2.4, which is updating section 5.15 recall, petition, and election. So at the end of this section, we updated the time frame for ineligibility for office if you've been removed, if a person has been removed, and expanding the ineligibility to include all offices of the city. So some of the thinking there, and I don't know, Craig, did you want to add context here? Yeah, I'll let Craig. Have to hold it.
No. There we go. Good evening. My name is Craig Berger. I live on Wolcott Avenue and I served on the Charter Review Commission. When we were tasked with reviewing the charter to see how we could strengthen it, I noticed something a little concerning in section 5.15, the recall process, specifically what happens after a public vote removes an elected official from office. Under our current charter, that person who's recalled only has to wait 45 days before they can be reappointed to a different position or even back into the same one if there's a vacancy. 45 days after a recall just seemed a bit too quick. So the commission voted unanimously to recommend, excuse me, a modest but important change. If an elected official is removed by voters through a recall election, they would need to wait 1 full year before being eligible to hold any city office again. This gives the community's decision the weight and breathing room it deserves and helps ensure that a recall isn't just a revolving door.
Thank you, Craig.
Further comment from the commission? Questions from the council? Chris?
Yeah, thank you for this. I had a question about the last the last clause, nor shall they be eligible for appointment to any other vacant office in the city. Sorry. I had a question about the last bit of that sentence there in blue. So in this scenario, someone is like myself is recalled. That would also preclude me from being appointed to any other vacant office of the city. Would that preclude me from applying to work in a vacant office in the city? Okay, so I'm curious about that. So in that case, I couldn't become an assistant janitor in the city hall, if I recall. I don't mean to make light of it. I'm just it feels like it takes it a step further. I understand the idea of avoiding the revolving door, but I'm curious about that maybe. Yeah, that additional piece.
I think I can add a little context there. I mean, I think the idea is if you got recalled from your seat, we were mostly thinking about other elected positions, or which can be appointed, or other appointed positions that, you know, I think the idea there is we want to have that window, and it's not, yeah, I mean, you can't now be appointed over to Gwen's seat if she leaves. You know, that was our thinking. Anything else?
Yeah, I don't know that I was thinking about like a custodian position with this, and I would be open to adding in something like elected position. I actually didn't even think about it going that broad. I think I was more interested in what was just said, that I just saw the possibility of, if you were recalled, someone who really wants you on council could then try to get someone else to resign and then appoint you back in the position. And it seemed like it was an easy thing to do to shut that door.
Further?
I have something.
Heidi?
Yeah. So there's this issue. Yeah, I'm still kind of traumatized from when I was in my first term, and we were recalled by very few people signing petitions, and that has never been corrected. So a recall election can occur. I don't know if anybody remembers that, but 5 of us were under recall. We had to have a special election in January. It was a mess, but the citizens kept us. Fortunately, because I don't know what would have happened to the business of the city should the majority of people on council be recalled. And I didn't even know that there was a potential to be reappointed. Remaining people on council. So that would have been a way out. I mean, I think really I think really what we need to do is in future, look at the ease at which it is to recall somebody in our election. But did you all consider that portion of this? It was not changed because it was the number of it was the percentage of voters that were in the next preceding election.
It says 20 now.
Point of order. If we could just focus on just this issue first,
Okay.
so it doesn't muddy the waters.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm saying that, you know, even given my history, that I appreciate that there was some thought about what would happen afterwards, because I surely didn't know. So, was there a big debate over this, or it looks like it was 14 to nothing? Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I think we discussed it some, but I don't think there was a ton of debate about this specific.
So I remember there being a discussion around the idea that if somebody was removed from an elected office, we also didn't want them to be able to simply be appointed to a position that was left open in the city, such as they become the director of safety, or they become the law director, or they become another officer type position. Not that they become the janitor, but rather the voters said, we recalled this person, then they're also saying we don't, in a broad scope, they're saying we don't want them involved in that decision-making at a higher level. So they shouldn't be appointed to a position that has decision-making at a higher level.
I have a question. Oh, what?
Heidi?
Is there not a protection about that anyways? Because isn't there like a two-year wait for a person that was elected on council to apply for a position, a staff position at the city?
I know that if I would resign tomorrow, I cannot come back and as a independent contractor and work for the city. I have to wait 2 years for that. But I'm unaware of what you're talking about. And I apologize if it exists. And
Any more questions? Anybody from the audience have anything? Back to Gwen.
I just have a question. Is it possible to parse out what type of job in the city or not? I mean, it just, if the voters, I guess my thinking is if it's not possible to do that easily, to parse it out, I'm opposed only in that if the voters opt to recall, they have opted to recall. And I don't necessarily know that it also gives them the option to not just recall you, but you can't take any job whatsoever in the city. And it seems an extension of what the recall is. So while I am not interested in seeing any kind of the corruption that I think you're like alluding could potentially happen if people got appointed, I think it would be up to that sitting council in their decision to hire someone to be a janitor or not to be a janitor, to have to answer to the voters there. Whereas just the recall, I'm thinking should be a much more narrow focus. It is a recall and like period. So I guess that's where I'm thinking, unless there's a way to easily parse it out, like
the only other
position.
way that could be that no other elected position or appointed or position that is appointed by the city manager, because those are your department heads, their administrative assistants. Those are the ones that are going to be either on the top or like closest to the top. And then everyone else is either going to be a civil servant, a bargaining civil servant, or a non-bargaining civil servant.
Okay, so if there was, yeah, so if we could, if I would like to hear your thoughts on that, that would be fine with me on that language. It's like a leadership or a department head type position, whereby it would kind of free up other positions if the person.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking as well. I was actually just trying to look up the correct terminology, and then Hope started to say it.
Right.
I could, if you vote on that, I can redo the language to reflect your wishes.
I think I can speak for the council or the commission that would still meet what we were going for. Yeah.
Further? All right. Somebody want to make a motion? Say what?
Do we need to go to the audience?
We did.
Did we already? Okay. So I'd like to make a motion then to accept it with Hope's changes to specify what type of appointment.
I'll second that.
Further discussion, Gwen? Jeff, further
Nothing further.
discussion? Any other discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Next.
Great, thank you. Number 2.5, section 6.03 on the city manager. The goal here was to replace the word disability to reflect modern awareness. So everywhere it said disability, we replaced it with inability to perform relevant or such duties.
Any other comments questions from council? Anybody from the audience? Back to council, is there a motion?
I'll move to approve it as written.
Second by who? Mike? Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Moving on.
Great, thank you. Moving on to number 2.6, 6.04, the duties of powers and duties of the city manager. We had a lot of discussion around intent and where we're going and how we can make sure that we're thinking towards the future as part of our day-to-day and our year-to-year. And I think Don's going to have something he wants to add here as well. But the goal here is to add to the duties of the city manager an annual economic development strategic plan. I'll let Don add a little context.
All right, yeah, thanks. So I think many of you know that, my background, 40 years doing corporate site selection and community economic development. We spent a lot of time talking about this, and I educated, I think, the commission members with examples of how other communities, many communities in this country follow, professional economic development standards and how they conduct themselves. And that's really the ticket in order to play these days, to have a professional economic development approach to your economy. And we've done a lot of great things in the town. Had a nice conversation with David today about it. But I think as a community, we have not followed that pattern. I mean, going back many, many years. And so by putting this this amendment in here, it really puts the onus on the council to establish what are the economic development standards and procedures and interests of the city. And by council then requiring the city manager to follow through with that, gives the voters a way of evaluating council and their performance for their long-term interest. So that's what's behind this.
Thank you, Don. Jason had one.
Hi. So one of the questions might become, does this belong in the city charter? And one of the reasons why we placed this in the position that we did is because as a commission derived from citizens, which this was unanimously approved by us, we believe that it is a responsibility of that person who is holding this position as city manager to look at the economic health and future development of our city, and that it should be something that is itemized at the highest level. Council can make many recommendations as to what the metrics would be. They would get the report, but everyone who would work on an economic development plan like this would most likely be reporting to the city manager themselves. And so that's why we believe it really is a key responsibility of the person in that position to utilize the talent, sometimes incredibly strong talent that we have here at the city, to be able to do that future planning and show the community not just that we have a plan towards the future, but also showcase our individuals here who are able to put together a plan like this and really move us towards where we want to go.
Great, thank you, Jason. I think that's all we have on the commission. Right?
Questions from council? Jack?
Was the commission aware that Dave does do this every year, that we do get a recommendation and we do get an update on all of the different strategic plans for the city? I mean,
I can address that. As I said, there's sort of a standard approach in the industry for evaluating communities and the direction that they're going. And that helps the corporate world and other investors to evaluate the direction of communities by looking at how they do their planning. And there's a lot of ways to go look at where that is. Can be on a website. We talked about the website today, but also reports, annual state of the city addresses, those sorts of things. That's how you identify those planning strategies and what's been done and where are you going. Kent has a very sketchy presentation to the outside world as to what.
Point of order.
I
Point of
agree.
order.
Point of order.
I'm afraid that a sketchy presentation to the outside world is an opinion statement,
Okay.
which is outside the purview of what you were asked
Okay,
to do,
my
your responsibility
apologies.
as a committee. So
My apologies. Yeah, you're right. What I don't see, I don't know what the strategies are. Even though I've spent a lot of time trying to study the city and read reports, I don't really know what those, Jack, what you're asking. I don't know what those are.
Can I ask a question? So for me, I do strategic planning, and I was playing the Don, kind of got away from the phrase of strategic plan. We call it strategic performance framework. So we take the strategic priorities that were identified by hundreds of hours spent with the community in terms of what are the goals of the community? What matters to you guys? There were dozens of those reports dating back for decades when I showed up in town. Probably the pinnacle of that was the bicentennial plan. So the city actually won an award for that because it was so community based. And so there were meetings and meetings and I'm not kidding, hundreds of hours. It was 50 volunteers who stewarded that process. Anyways, out of that was sort of these overarching principles. And it wasn't just economic development. And so we have adopted, I have to look it up, 7 or 8 of those overarching principles: safe community, economic development, vital, strong economic development, good government, high quality of life. Trying to think some of the others. In our case, we have a kind of unique one, synergy with Kent State. A lot of places might not have that. See, the other thing is these goals are so common. You're going to see every community go to is going to be a safe place, high quality of life. Oh, strong neighborhoods was another of those. So we didn't want to be a single issue, sort of effort here. We didn't just say, well, only economic development matters. We think it's all integrated. We think what makes Kent strong is, yes, you have the economic engine, basically creating a revenue source to do all the things that don't pay for themselves, like potholes and working in neighborhoods and hiring staff to put maintenance, make maintenance a priority on rental properties and controlling all those effects. So all of it for us is kind of more integrated. I guess my question is, do those not matter to you, or they just didn't come up in your discussion? Why would you single out just economic development? Does safe community, all those other areas that we have strategic goals? Did you talk about that?
I mean, no, we did not. But I think obviously we're all interested in safe communities and strong neighborhoods, synergy with Kent State, a number of those other things you listed. So I think we focused on the economic aspect here because we felt that was one way to help set the future of the city. I don't think any of us would say that's an inclusive way, the only way to do so.
Anybody else from the commission? Chris, you have a question?
Yeah. I'm looking at the existing language, and I'm looking at letter H, which says which is the city manager shall make such other reports as the council may require concerning the operations of city departments, offices, and agencies subject to his or her direction and supervision. And keep the council fully advised as to the financial condition and future needs of the city, and make such recommendations to the council concerning the affairs of the city. Thank you. That's H and I in here.
Oh.
So I guess my question is, and Jason, I think I take your point well, that you felt it was a significant enough element of the city to move it into the city constitution. The question is, how did the discussion go amongst you in terms of how H&I might accomplish? Let me restate. Did you think about another action could be to come to council to work with the city councilors to propose that as part of the daily operations, the reports that Dave might share with us on an annual basis that become something that council asks Dave to provide? So I'm garbling. It's getting late.
Well, while he's getting that going, yeah, I mean, we did discuss whether it could just be an ordinance or whether council could just do this as well, but we felt like it was important enough to help set a future goal, kind of that guiding light of where the city is going, that we thought it could be useful to have it here as a separate responsibility.
Don, you had a comment?
All right, yeah. We did talk about that, and in fact, Jason actually did recommend that that those two provisions, H and I, was maybe enough, and that we didn't need anything more. But I think through the discussion, and again, I've been doing this work a long time, and I've been living in Kent for 43 years, traveled all over the world. I keep coming back to Kent from my trips, and I love Kent. I've raised my kids here, live in town, but I know we can do better. I feel like we can do better, and the missing element, what I see in other places in the world, is a more formal process for addressing economic development activities, which are highly standardized around the world. They fall into these buckets, and the buckets are, Dave mentioned, the 7 things of the bicentennial plan, which was done in the late 90s, 25 years ago. Those things should be addressed. Those things in other communities are addressed every year, updated every year, to reflect the changes that are going on, in a ever-changing, evolving environment. And so it's the purpose then of this L is really, it is procedural, but it's a procedure that I think communities need to sink their feet into, their teeth into, in order to ensure that the community will prosper over time.
We got one more down
To figure this out. Oh, there we go. Thomas Mann. Hi. Some more context I think might be helpful. The day that the commission discussed this, the front page of the Record Courier was a story about economic success at a town down the road. I don't want to say the name. Everybody knows the county seat. And it kind of spurred us into action a little bit, I think, in terms of, it was a big talking point that evening about what was happening down there. And so we did some research. I looked at their plan that they have on a public website. It's very well thought out. And I think for me, the addition of this language just adds a little bit more context to H&I. And I'm especially interested in, as Don was saying, how we present the city publicly in a forward-facing I don't think this is, punitive. I'm not approaching this as an adversarial kind of situation, but it does just kind of flesh out a little bit about supporting. It was a big aspect of it, especially in a public way.
You know, we had some unique history, Dave. You were with it. There was a couple people on council that were part of it. Some people were in high school when they are on council today. But it's about not getting complacent. I think we have the right person in place that has the skills necessary to put together a plan that's detailed and prescriptive, but distilled at a level that the citizenry can understand. I don't want to have Rhonda come in here and say, in 2 years, we're going to have a $3 million structural deficit. And you see what we did, and you see what we're capable of. But that can't ever stop. And your work.
Point of order, is this a referendum on our current?
No, but I think
it sounds very personal, very specific to Dave, and I don't really think that that fits in the scope of the charter review. If you're speaking about just a position, or are you speaking specifically about our current city manager and your current council and our strategic plan that we discussed in January? I'm just a little confused about, well, I think if we're talking specifically about individuals, or are we talking about a city charter that involves positions and roles and responsibilities?
I think it's central to Dave, because Dave is central to what goes on in the city. Dave is not a king, but Dave is the person that presides over, puts together the roadmap, guides the people that he surrounds himself with. And so that's why a lot of the conversation is centered towards Dave, but not as a criticism, as Tom said, but.
Should it be centered to council as the employer?
Sure, then we'll say it to council.
Centered to council as the body that employs Dave and would be doing performance evaluations and requesting that kind of documentation. Should it be addressed to all of council then?
Well, the goal of this was to provide some detailed guardrails, some specific ways and rules that you can measure his performance. I don't know what you use today. And I'm not going to open up a debate on any of that. And that's okay. I'm sure you do your job well, but it was to hear from the community about what may be necessary to be heard, so that the city council, the city manager, whoever those people are, can have some rules. I know you have the rules. I'm not trying to reinvent the rules. We're trying to augment them. We're trying to give you the heart and soul of people like me who've worked in financial services, in banking and commercial banking for 44 years. Don obviously is a business person. We have a university. We have the luxury of a university that whose the resources we've leveraged. And we just want to make sure that that continues. So that's why it's important, because there are some of us like me who lived through those bad times. And we corrected that. And let's give credit where credit is due. So,
and I absolutely am, and I told this to Don today, I'm not taking it personally. But what I'll say is, if there's been a fault, I suppose it's been somehow we haven't got the word out. Because I explained to Don, and actually I thought of you, Brian, because you are one of the ones that were on the Great Recession Financial Advisory Committee, which we spent, over a year digging through our finances. And I still have the notebook that's like that thick, and the analysis we did to come up with a plan to come out of that. And that very much fed the energy behind the downtown revitalization to be a platform for economic growth and sustainability. So I say because maybe our fault has been, let me back up. We have not been complacent, blind. Maybe if we've been complacent, it's been not advertising our success. Let me give you a few that I think you'd appreciate from being where you were, because you're worried about, I'm not seeing stuff in the newspaper. I see Ravenna. Well, okay, maybe we do need to do a better job of that. And Don says he looks at the website, and that's fine, but we don't really use the website for some of the level of stuff he's talking about. And I was explaining, we do the personal contact, but let me just give you a few numbers. All right. So right now we have had three of
the three highest back-to-back years of income tax growth in the history of Kent. 23, 24, and 25. Far outpaces anything in our whatever 30, 40, 50-year history. Our reserve balance right now is record all-time high. So the things that you saw back when we were freaking out, we are at record highs. Our unemployment beat all the communities around us, meaning it's lower. Our real estate values, which we're not going to like this because we had to pay more in our taxes. We paid more in the increase in the recent evaluation by the county. I had a conversation with the county and they explained to me, actually Kent had higher increases than the other communities around us. And I was arguing to lower my tax. I'm like, well, I still think my house isn't valued that high. So we've had record top 5 private investment in the last 5 years. Even so, you think the downtown, everybody is swooning over the downtown, and we didn't swoon. I mean, we celebrated for a day, and we said we got to keep at this because the community that thrives is sustainable. So what you're seeing right now, actually this last month, we told council after years of frugality, we now have a little bit more confidence that we need to do the things that we have not done, which is we need new firefighters, we need new police officers, and we need some new service road repair people. And I'm coming to them with a big ask. I'm saying these are big numbers, so it's freaking me out because I came here and I lived through the times that Brian's talking about when we were freezing positions, cutting services, reducing things. So I guess my case to you would be, and let me just back up. So our income taxes had 3 years of the highest growth in our history at a time when Kent State has declined from 40% of our income tax to 26%. So that means I still thank Kent State for 26%, but they are not driving our economy. Business is driving our economy. Profit tax is a higher percentage than we've ever had. Now, you didn't know that, and I respect that. And and I told Don, I'm a phone call away, but shame on me. I guess I should be tooting our horn more. We don't probably do that well enough. But so I at least want to offer, I think you used the phrase context, right? The context may be a little different than I think what you walked in with. And that's what we still, to Don's point, or I think it was Don's point, we update our strategic plan every year. And it is updated from those core principles to the activities that are going to be that are prioritized for the year. Our list is this long that we bring to council and we say, but here's the top 3, 4, 5 in each, in the main categories, because we have to do all this. But again, Don helped teach us this. You can't do everything. If you try to do everything, you'll be unsuccessful. Pick where you need to. And we have data that I can share. It's in our plan that shows over the course of the last 20 years where our attention and where our resources are going. Back in your day, the top priority was salvaging the city's finances, coming up with a plan. And then you'll see economic development rose to the top, and that was the downtown redevelopment. Economic development declined because then we started going, neighborhoods matter. We've got to work in the neighborhoods. We've got to push back on the neighborhood creep, because that's what these guys were hearing and that's what they were asking of us. So it shifts quality of life. Right now, we've had a lot of conversations. What can we do for Parks and Rec? And I told this to Don today. I think our greatest economic advantage is going to be the size of our community, the quality of life in our community, the livability in our community, all those things that maybe don't fall under the category of economic development, but they are driving our economic development. So I'm sorry I spent more time on that. I thought it was kind of important.
Can I ask you a question? So one of the things in here is including a 5-year forecast. How far out are your strategic plans currently forecast?
I have found in my experience, the last couple out years are of very little value because so much changes. So we basically look out 3 years. We identify the threats, identify the opportunities, and we try to align that with our services, with our budgets, with our activities Like, what are we planning to do? What are the things specifically? Now, Don made some good points to me on the phone today. He was like, hey, you know, do you tell them it has to be done in 3 months? We don't have a lot of target dates for the delivery. Now, we update it every year and we report back to council. So there's certainly every year I want to make sure I get those done. And if we don't, I think there's an understanding in this world. You can't predict. We couldn't predict COVID. We don't really know. We didn't predict the turning upside down on federal funding and our state of Ohio funding and higher education funding got turned upside down. Yeah. So we do our best to pivot. And I think that was been our thing. I think Kent's strength, because of our size, we can pivot really quick. We're not an aircraft carrier that turns in, it takes 3 days to turn. We can pivot and we can stay current and hopefully out in front of the major threats coming our way and work our way through that stuff. And like I said, the outputs right now, maybe we're not as good at the strategic formality that Don is looking for, but our outputs have never been better. So I don't want you walking out of here thinking, geez, these guys are terrible. You should be proud. I'm proud. And that's maybe why I'm a little energized here. I don't mean to be, but I'm proud. I think you should be proud of your community. You're at an all-time high, despite the fact you don't see it in the newspapers.
Yeah, thank you. And I did want to address Ms. Rosenberg's point. Yes, this is about the charter. It's not about an individual.
I hope so.
And it's
it
also
felt a little adversarial for a moment there, and I didn't enjoy that.
Yeah, and I understand that, and that's why I try and focus more on the positive things that we can do in the future, as opposed to if there are any things we don't like right now. But I will say, I forgot what I was going to say. All right, so I'm going to give it to.
I'll say it for you. We specifically said this is not a statement on Dave's performance and lauded him at every turn. The question remains, in this charter, economic development is not mentioned once. Budget, capital programs, administrative, operations, finances. The term economic development is not in the charter. Seems kind of odd to us. And I think that was the heart of our discussion, that it goes hand in hand with another point I've brought to you before. You don't have a newspaper. You don't have a TV station anymore. You don't have a radio. How the heck are you getting these messages out? If you have 15 citizens here who are, we all realize, pretty savvy about what the heck you're doing. We actually watch city council meetings, but but we don't know some of these things. That says something about your ability to communicate what the heck it is you do. And we asked every city official who had something in this charter to feel free to come. We had an invitation. Dave said, well, no, I don't really think I should. That was the impression we got. Great. Where's economic development in here? We feel really strongly that it needs to be part of the charter. So I'm summarizing with the other 14. We spent almost a whole night on this. And it wasn't about Dave. I don't think your name was mentioned, much as we'd love you, but it just wasn't the point that we were trying to make. We're trying to add something into the charter for future. He's not going to be with us. He might want to retire sometime. I don't know if your wife would let you.
Sure. You're here.
So when this proposal was presented, other opportunities. So I guess my question is there a conservative city as from the city manager? I heard there's a lot of reports, but I think that's one thing that maybe we could have maybe asked that question a few weeks ago, but I think that is what I'm curious about, because if there's not, I feel like to Barb's point, there's an opportunity here, like there are with, I think, some other proposals coming up, really use this as a way to communicate out and share the story of the city. So I'm just wondering, does that exist? And I'm not sure I understand why we can't have that happen one time a year, where we can actually organize citizens around such address.
Somebody down here is the mic.
So as a point, just to clarify a little bit as well, one of the goals of putting this in the charter and making it a responsibility and making it be a report that is public is that if someone, for a part of our discussion, we talked about the fact and we shared about how if there's an investor that wants to come into our community and they want to know what our plan is for our economy, we're not finding that plan. Now, we didn't go government office to government office, knock on everybody's door and say, do you have this in a filing cabinet someplace? We took, or at least let me speak for myself. I took more of the opinion of saying, if I'm that investor, I want to bring a company into Kent. Maybe it's light manufacturing, maybe it's a service. I'm looking to see, is the community trying to support this kind of business? Are they providing areas of the city for growth of that kind of business? I can't find that. And because economic development plans, the reason why they are specifically called that and they're bracketed as that, not just strategic plans can be anything. A strategic plan can be filling in potholes. But an economic development plan is what investors can look at, business people can look at all levels, small business to large business, to say, is this community one that's going in the same direction that we're going? And so we might want to look at them a little bit more. Because if they have to call us just to see if they would be welcome, and I don't think we've done our job marketing to them with an economic development plan, that this is something that we already are telling you we want it. And so I think that part of this is saying, yes, this is just as Barb said, this isn't mentioned anywhere else, but also this is a tool to bring in investment if we do it in a way that investors can understand the language. Just like Dave, when you were mentioning you do 3 years, I don't disagree with you. Year 4 and 5 is often amorphous, but investors look for 5 years. So that is a standard amongst many industry. And for that purpose, we felt it should reflect a little bit more about how our community can function with people who aren't already here to invite them in.
Anybody else? I'm gonna go to council. Jack, you have your hand up.
You know, as somebody who taught federal, state, and local government for 35 years, I have to agree with you. I'm not sure this belongs in the charter. It's more procedural. Believe me, we value economic development. Dave every year gives us at the end of the year a document that states everything. Now, maybe we need to publish that. Maybe it needs to go out to everybody. But the bottom line is this is our responsibility, I think, not Dave's responsibility. We should be directing him. This is our responsibility, and I will take responsibility for that. And we do need to do a better job. So
I got to ask you, Adam, and partially I agree with you and Jack. Believe me, that's a hard decision. But don't you think this discussion could come under a different system than putting it on the charter? And if it doesn't work, then go to the charter? I'm asking Adam.
Yeah, I mean, I think Barb's point is right, though. Like, you have responsibilities and duties of the city manager in here. And yes, they're for the city manager, but they're also for you in council. And that's what I was I blanked on as I was about to say it before. This is for you to evaluate the city manager with. And you have a whole host of them in here. Notice that we're adding an L. So A through J, A through K. So I think, yes, it could be done outside of the charter, but we felt it was potentially valuable enough that it could be a core responsibility of the city manager.
I just wondered, you know, if this is successful, it goes to the ballot, you have three scenarios. People just say no to everything. People say yes to everything, and somebody along the line will read it and understand it. And I think maybe we're going to miss that point. I think we could handle this a little different way, but that's just my opinion. Is there anyone else?
Yeah, kind of, sort of in the same line as Jack, although I'm still kind of open-minded about putting this in the charter. I really think it's council's responsibility. So what would people think about council through the city manager will annually submit an economic development plan to the public? Is that something that, doesn't that have the same spirit, but it puts the onus on council? And then that, it just feels like we're piling up on the city manager here as if there is something that the city manager has failed to do when it really is council's responsibility. In my reading of our duties as a council, we oversee the city manager.
And I don't get it, if I can interject here. I don't think we're arguing against that. I think what we're saying, one of your ways of assessing and overseeing the city manager should include this.
Yeah. Talking microphone, turn it on, please. It's on.
Yeah. Some people working cross purposes, but I think that in the charter, the charter will, the aspect I think people are pushing right now is want to mandate a requirement which states that certain periods of time we have to get certain information out to the general public. I can't necessarily argue with that. I don't think it's that big, because I think city manager does that in State of the City address. The emphasis may be a little different. Don has a viewpoint because he's focused on economic development, which is a priority for any city. I mean, that's the mother's milk for any community generating income. And it goes to services and all those things. I think perhaps we haven't done a good enough job of showing our successes, and that a lot of times that's what happens when you're successful. We're very successful here. We built downtown. There were so many things we did. I don't know, Urbana, and I don't know what's going on over there because we don't really have a media system that allows us to get all the information we once did. I believe that if our newspapers were the way they were at one time, we wouldn't be having that discussion. Because the city manager, a lot of times people put, oh, you're going too much into economic. You know, we need to do this, that, and the other. But the reality is that economic development is what generates our quality of life. I can understand the wish to mandate certain aspects of function, but that does fall back a lot on council. We have a certain responsibility. There are things we can do to, in many ways, enlighten community. I think perhaps we may have to do a better job of that. But And I didn't necessarily think, I thought the way you guys approached it, well, I didn't think it was that personal. But I do think that, you know, speaking up for our city manager, I don't think we can do better than that, than the person we have. We have a lot of talent in the city, and I think that was brought up. And we're respecters of that. We understand that. We just have to maybe coordinate a little better. But I think the staff and the city manager, and we've done some tremendous things. Just that those things happened a few years ago. And I guess maybe people are waiting for the second act. Reality is, I think that, well, we're planning to do exactly that. And I think that the people in this city are going to be pleased at the end of the day that we're going to be moving forward in a very positive way. So for those of you who are concerned about that, reach out, talk to Dave, those people want to, we will try to do a better job of getting information out. And maybe one of the ways is to adopt some of the things on there that you want to see mandated. But like I said, I think it's a redundancy a lot of times because I think that he does that frequently. And we just have to focus on trying to coordinate better. If we do that, then I think we will be successful. I certainly extend to you guys. I think what you've done has been very enlightening and uplifting, and I really appreciate and respect what you bring to us to let us know this is what you think we should be doing. And I think we have to consider that.
Wait, Chris,
So I just want to make sure that we're clear. I mean, from my standpoint, this is an accountability issue and a communication issue. And I'm hearing and paying attention to what all of you are saying. Many of you are saying it in several different ways, that we have not done a great job of communicating economic development in such a way that it meets the needs of potential investors and developers. That's not to take away from everything that's already being delivered. Communication is an issue that we struggle with as a community to get the word out about a lot of different things. My thinking is that we should keep this in here from an economic development. I think it does belong as the responsibility of council and the city manager. I don't think it's just the city manager. I think maybe that's the way things have been done for a while in Kent, and that's probably not how better economically developed cities do. They're, otherwise Dave would be waiting for months and months and months for us to give him feedback. So I would be in agreement with something like this. If we could have a little time to change the wording, but I think that we should be held accountable as a council and as a city team for putting the tools out there and making them publicly available in such a way that it benefits our community as a whole. And if we haven't been doing that, putting something in the city charter that makes us accountable is crucial. I'm not sure that this particular wording accomplishes that. I think that it puts not enough responsibility on city council. It also doesn't say how you communicate it and publish it, which is what I heard over and over we haven't been doing. And so that has to be, I think, should be an important part of this as well.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody for the conversation so far. I mean, the first thing I'm hearing is we are already creating an economic development plan. The communication is off, but we have it. Dave could present it to you tomorrow. It might not be in the exact format that's presented here. That being said, I think it seems to be this funny question about if it's under this section, that means it's only the city manager's responsibility. No, I mean, everything in here that the city manager is doing is under our responsibility because we oversee the city manager's work. But everything in here is a combined responsibility because of the systems of checks and balances of council and the city manager. For me, I'm feeling quite persuaded by the arguments out here, which is to say, it's already happening, right? It's already happening. Why not centralize it in the main charter document of our city as a signal to investors that we are open for business, that we have our stuff together, that if you come to the city and you are an investor and you want to open a large factory, you go to this charter and it's right there on page whatever it is. Why not make it a central function? I think it exists quite well alongside the other clauses in here. The annual budget, the capital expenditures. I think an economic development plan, which basically is those things, but just 5 years out, just makes a lot of sense. I guess I don't see a harm in bringing this to the voters after a lot of work that's been done by this commission to put it to them. There's some disagreement up here about that, and I think there's a lot of good experience here that we should be listening to. That being said, I think I'm siding on the side of bringing this to the voters in the way that you presented it.
And what,
We have people in the audience.
who's talking? We got council now.
People in the audience.
Heidi,
There's people in the audience. that-
we'll get to them. This is council's time. Any other questions? Now we'll go to you.
Oh, I think it's going. Thanks very much. Tom Hannigan. I wanted to make 2 points. One, I just wanted to echo the discussion that we had about this, and it was a long and hard discussion. It was not an indictment of the current team. This was not approached from that angle at all. If anything, we know Dave is doing a great job, and we're trying to future-proof the city so that we can codify some of these processes for the whole world to see. Future generations can look at this document and say, oh, okay, this is what's happening. Thank you.
Anybody else on the commission? Anybody else from council? Now to the audience, is there anybody? Name and address, I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. My name is Sylvia Rose. I live on North Chestnut Street. I wanted to pick up on Councilman Turner's use of the word mandate, because this struck me as a bit of an unfunded mandate. So I just wondered about the cost of preparing this annual economic plan.
I don't have an answer for that.
I'm looking at Don because his company, he works for companies that get hired by cities to do those. He could probably give you an idea of, look, it all depends on the level of what you're trying to do, okay? That's why most of what you see, the outputs from us, having lived through in every city I worked with, where we brought in a firm for $50,000, $60,000, $75,000 to develop a plan and hold community meetings and do all that stuff and try to distill it, put dots on your favorite projects and prioritize. And then it kind of gets all built into a plan. And I think Don makes some good points that that plan, if it doesn't have as specific as you can timelines, then that will not be necessarily affected and put into action. And let's be candid, the economy is such a moving, fluid target that it's not like making widgets. I can't tell you I'm going to make 400,000 widgets next year, come heck or high water, because there are so many variables. But that doesn't mean you don't plan, right? I mean, you plan to work the plan. That's what we try to do. So I was trying to explain to Don, one of the challenges, you've kind of touched on it, is that particularly ever since coming out of the Great Recession. We've eliminated, there used to be a city manager and a guy next to me called the public safety director. Well, we got rid of that position because we need to save money. So I took on that job. So I'm doing 2 jobs, and that's okay. I'm not complaining. But what I'm saying, I have no deputy, I have no assistant. Each department, we're super lucky. We have really seasoned, and I mean that not that they're old, but seasoned and experienced law director, Bridget as our community development director. So they carry so much. It's pretty amazing. And I'm really proud of the team. But they have no assistants. They have no. So our dilemma is there is a staff capacity issue. That's true. And so rather than recreating the 50 to 100 meetings every year, we take what the community has already said and we update it. So that's a whole lot cheaper. And my outputs from that are, it's cheaper in terms of time and dollars if I was to hire somebody. I personally think they're stronger when they're done internally. No offense to Don, and I know it's his business. And he was very clear. He said he's not trying to get Kent's business. He wouldn't take it. So I have found getting to the communication point, I call everything, our outputs are 1-pagers. I want the reader, I want USA Today summary of this, of what we're going, where we're heading, because you aren't going to read the notebook that's like that comes out of the full barn process, but you might read a 1-pager that summarizes it. And so we have a series of 1-pagers, and there's multiple 1-pagers. So I guess I'm not living up entirely to 1 page, but I have to tell you, just like Melissa said, and Chris has said, it's not for lack of trying a lot of this communication stuff. You guys are clearly engaged in your community. Every year, I spend 45 minutes to an hour going through all of these things, what we accomplished, where we are, where we're going, what we're seeing, what's next, where we're spending our money and putting our focus. And you didn't even know. Now it's public, it's on TV, but I think your point is we got to do a better job. I don't know how. It's not that I don't know how. It's just it's a killer challenge. It's killer because no one's attention spans these days. They don't want to read a full plan, and that's why my thought was, man, we're going to keep it simple. Who just said idiot proof? I mean, it's kind of that concept. Now that may be a different end product than what the corporate world person might look for, but we have also said, and this came from Don too when he was working with us. At the end of the day, your website, hey, it's nice, but it ain't going to that ain't going to be what gets someone knocking on your door. They have a lot more detailed analysis that they do, and they hire guys like Don that say, do the detailed analysis for us, run this, narrow the list of cities down, and then we'll start talking. We're small enough that we try to be personalized with everything. So we want our economic development people, we want we want Bridget and myself if need be, council members if need be, to be face-to-face with those people, understanding what they're looking for, pitching our community. Honestly, in the economic development world, the majority, probably 80%, maybe more, of your economic development wins are businesses that are already here. And you grow the business that's already here. And that has been full steam ahead for us. That's why you see Smithers Oasis stayed here and grew. Ametex stayed here. Davey Tree, huge expansions, because we worked to keep them here and to put packages together to make that happen. And council was super helpful in that because we had to do a lot of extra things, especially with Davey Tree, to be able to meet their requirements. Boy, was that a long answer to your question, but I'm trying to demonstrate the level of complexity, and I love the fact that you're trying to simplify it. And if you have suggestions for how we communicate, I used to do monthly state of the city, monthly. 7 people showed up, the same 7 people every time. For 5 years, I did that. Now we changed it. I think it's gone too far the other way. It's like once or twice a year, and I can't possibly cover, because I know Don was giving me grief. He's like, man, I went to your last one. You didn't really touch on any economic development stuff. I'm like, well, because I got this issue, that issue. I got medical marijuana I want to update people about and what we're doing on that. We've got communities up in arms about a potential senior living project on Water Street, and I want to explain that to people, all those things, it starts to become a time issue. I don't know how to, so maybe we try to go back to do more monthly again. I don't know. Or maybe we title the topic in the council meeting instead of strategic update. I think I call it strategic performance update. Maybe I call it state of the city. Maybe that's a better name. Maybe that gets more eyeballs and clicks. I don't know. Sorry.
Anybody else from your eyes? Yes. Name and address, please.
Hi, I'm Robin Turner, no relation. I own the Rolling Scones Bakery and Cafe over on the south end of town. We talk a lot about the big business and how it's important to cultivate that. But as a small business owner that's getting ready to celebrate 1 year on the south end, which I adore, it's very important to me to understand what the economic development plan is for Kent as a whole. For me, our business is growing and it's growing really, really fast. And I'd like to take all the credit, but I do have several other people that run the bakery with me. But I need to know as a small business owner what that looks like for me. I need to know what it looks like next year. I need to know what it looks like 3 years from now. And, because I still have, I still dabble in my day job for a couple more years. This bakery is my retirement plan. I need to know what it is 5 years out so that I can know whether I have the stability to stay where I'm at in Kent, which I adore. I don't really want to leave the South End, and whether Kent is going to be able to support my growth and my desire to be here. I'm a graduate of Kent State. I grew up a stone's throw away in Monroe Falls. So these are my stomping grounds, and I'm building a culture and a community at my bakery. It's not just about making money. So for me, if I could get it quarterly, that'd be tremendous, but that's because that's the corporate side of my brain. But if I could get it yearly, that would just be a gift, because then I can know what direction my business needs to go. My business is more than that money. It is about becoming a staple in Kent. I want that for not just the community, but for other people around to be able to come and experience that here in Kent. So I would love an opportunity to see that on a regular basis, and call it whatever you want, as long as the business owners that are here in Kent understand that's what's going to be delivered. You can bet your butt I'm going to be here every single time.
Thank you.
My turn. Did you want to say something? I'm very animated. I'm Rachel Sage. I operate Paper and Leaf, not far from her, 3 doors down. We actively work to make community happen down there. We both come from corporate backgrounds, so we get it. The economic thing's hard. It's a lot of stuff to do. And if this is a bare bone group, get it. I do believe this should exist in the charter, as many people have echoed already. However it's titled, I think all of us small business operators and owners, it doesn't matter, but we'll be here to hear what the goal is of the city so we can continue to invest our time and hours into it. I am also experiencing a significant growth where I'm employing more people in Kent, which again is just like double revenue into the city. I'm not from here. I am a transient person that's lived in lots of cities, worked lots of jobs, and now investing myself into a small business. Kent is secretly, don't tell anywhere else I've been, that it's like one of my favorite cities I've ever operated business in, because I denote that the people that live here love small business. So I've heard a lot about big corporations, but what I see actively in Kent is this investment into small business. So the small business owners don't necessarily have as much time to come out, just as the city council does in these, but we're all actively, I think this is the synergy that we're asking for, just communication, transparency, so we can continue to invest ourselves just like you're investing in us. I get it, man, you're one person, but you have a cool team. This is the first time I've listened to you all argue topics, and it's impressive. So I think this is something that should totally go onto the ballot for people to consider and agree or not agree with, or just be put in the charter, because transparency is part of growth as a city. So that's all I got.
Back in the corner.
John Barber, I live on DePeister Street. I guess this document, and this is a question and then I have a comment, but the question, this document that we're looking at, the charter language, this is not the whole charter, correct? Okay, so you gave them things to look at and they decided on how does this work? Okay, good. Yeah, okay. So the rest of the document's good, I take it. Okay. But again, we're, you know, I guess I'm looking at this thing and I know there's other jobs throughout the city of Kent that people do, the chief of police, the fire chief, and I didn't see them in here, but they are in the charter, I take it, correct? Okay, all right. So I guess, and then my point, I guess, is I thought we have an economic development director in Kent, do we not?
We do.
So what's his job? I'm
Dave, you want to answer that?
Yeah, no, and
thank you.
I mean, John, I didn't text you to say this, but it's a great segue because I would say to the two ladies, before you leave, don't leave, wait. The best thing you could do, we're more than a plan. Let us sit with you and talk with you. It's what the beauty of being in this place is. This isn't Philadelphia, man. All you got to do is call us and we'll say, let's spend an hour with you and talk about what your concerns are, what questions you need answered, what can we do to help you. We do it with small business. The good news for you is we're all in on small business. We're all in. Now, that doesn't mean we know all the things to do, but we're all in on trying to do the things, whether it's downtown, and that we started in the downtown with the goal of start there, but then we're going to go throughout the rest of the city. And that's great to see. Some of it's happening, and you guys are great examples of that. We could tell you things that are percolating in your area, but I think more importantly, we need to hear from you because you then become part of the inputs for the next update to the plan. So please call us and call Dan. Sorry, I said Dan Smith. I mean, boy, that dates me. It's not Dan. Eric Helmstetter. He is, or you can call my office. He works 2 doors down. So we do have a guy who makes visits. That's a big part of his job. He structures. I'm sorry. So please do that. I mean, and if there are specific things, like I'm not sure what you need to see in a plan that would help you. So let's talk about that, I guess is what I'm saying. Right. Okay, thank you. That's it.
Can I just make one comment about?
What is John? Wait. Are you done back there?
Well, I mean, I looked over this charter thing and it does say, you know, the council has the authority to direct him to do whatever they need him to do in his job. I guess the concern I have about putting this on a ballot is I don't know that there's going to have to be a lot of education for people to make an informed decision about that. And if the council feels this is important based on the feedback that you got to have an annual report in economics, I live here now. I'd like to know about housing and I'd like to know about other things, but I get the economic development part. I understand the drive. I grew up here. I went to Kent Public Schools. I graduated high school here. This city is not what it looked like when I graduated or before. And that's not a negative. That's a positive, obviously. You know, but we also have to be aware of the communities surrounding this city because they're the ones who have to buy the products and support the businesses and do that. And when we lose that, you know, so you set the tone for him. And I've worked with David on many projects and, you know, and again, I don't want to go back to, we're not looking at a person, but a job. I just didn't understand why that job was in here and you want to put every little line item, what he's responsible to do in that, or whoever that person is. I just didn't understand. So thank you.
Okay, now, Don.
Yeah, just the question about unfunded mandate. You don't really need to come up with new revenue. I mean, to do economic development. I mean, you've got your team. Dave's already doing it. It's really about upping the game a little bit. And I agree. It really comes back to council and what you need to be more demanding in terms of what you want to see and align those demands with the things that make sense for planning. I sent you all email today that included a article from published by the National League of Cities, and it's titled "What Elected Officials need to know about economic development. And I think there's 10 sections in there. And basically that's what a strategy is built around, those 10 things. And that might help council if you could peruse that, see that, you might have a better idea of kind of the direction that I think this amendment is leaning.
Anybody else from the audience? Oh, go back to the commission, okay.
So Dave, your question to Robin was partially about come to us at the city, spend an hour, talk to us as a small business owner and what you need. And I think Robin was eloquent in saying, what I need is a plan that I can get better ideas about my business around it. And I think part of inherently in your question was, what does that mean to her? Well, she wants to be a community bakery. And one of the things she wants to do is serve and have regular orders with businesses in the area. And if the economic development plan, say, is to try to attract certain types of business, that might affect her planning on what kinds of products or what kinds of things she wants to reach out to or advertise about to businesses that are coming in, because then she has an idea that the city wants to support this. As a small business owner, she can support it, and she can adjust her products and her offerings and her marketing appropriately to have that available, to have that sales piece available. And I think she came here, she spent 2 hours and she said, I want the plan that I can then read. I don't necessarily just need the conversation on what does my business need. What my business needs is the plan. So to answer your question, that is what she's saying. She needs the plan.
Anybody else from out there? Yeah, I gotta say this, what you just said. On the same token, do they call City Hall and see what's available? Your statement about somebody, the knowledge, what's out there, how it will help. Did they make the effort to call City Hall and find out what's happening?
So one of the typically taking this piece of the plan, making it public facing, public that someone will find. Now, he didn't want to say that it has to be in this place here, that place there, because 30 years from now, maybe there's something new that is the next website. That's where it needs to be. We wanted to make this evergreen piece that can be existing 100 years from now, and then the council take it on it 100 years from now. The city manager can take smart moves years from now. Instead of saying, oh, well, why don't I tell you more about capital? So the part of why we structured the language the way we did is to give flexibility, future proof, and to make sure that that person, 50 years, 30 years, 20 years, 400 years, is able to find that public facing plan so that if they're making their business choice, they can find it. If everybody has to walk to the city hall, find out what the city's doing, they're not going to do that. They're not going to get on a plane or teleport themselves. And that's just kind of weird. So they're not going to all of a sudden walk into the city hall. They're going to say, okay, these 50 cities have an economic development plan. Well, let's get rid of the 3 and we'll focus on the 50 that actually we plan. And that's part of why we are saying we want to make it a public document. We want to make it available to people to find. And we want council to get input on it. And we believe this is a key seat of the responsibility of the person.
Anybody else from out there? Council?
There.
Jeff, I'm sorry.
Don, you said it a second ago. You said, Dave, you're already doing this because we're already doing it. And I think really what this boils down to more than anything else is how are we communicating it? How are we putting it out there to anybody? So I'd recommend we just keep this within council, figure out a way to put this together in a package that we can communicate easily to the public and establish guidelines and timelines we want to do that for under what we have in the charter already under 604J. That's a motion.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, Jeff. It's an effort on both sides.
That's a motion, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
All right. Further discussion?
Nothing further from me.
Mike? Any other council member? Chris?
I think Jeff, you're right.
Yeah.
And I think that this commission feels it's important to signal the perennial need for an economic development plan, the centrality, the importance of an economic development plan existing alongside an annual budget, annual expenditures, and the capital expenditures. I don't think the commission would disagree that Dave's already doing it. And I don't mean Dave, I mean the position is already doing it, that it might just take a little bit of repackaging what's already being presented. But again, I think what it boils down to for me is that signaling the importance of this by placing it in the main document that governs the city. So that's where I'm landing on it.
Further?
I just kind of just respond to Chris real quick.
Kathy, can you repeat the motion?
The motion was to keep this in council for further development and deal with it in-house.
And Chris,
Is that correct, Jeff?
yeah, and I was just going to respond to Chris. Like, still, the language here doesn't define how we're going to communicate this information. So I think this needs a lot more development. And sticking it on the charter without it being refined, I think is a little bit of a dangerous game. I think it needs to be refined before it goes out there. Once it's fully defined, I wouldn't have any issue with it being on the charter. But until then, and again, this is the way we communicate information is ever changing. So I think it's tough to put even that in the charter. So I think this needs a lot further discussion in-house. And I think it's something we do need to work on, but we really need to flesh it out a little bit further.
Anybody else? Oh, Chris?
Can I respond?
Yeah.
So Jeff, looking at E, let's say you feel like the annual budget has a lot more definition there.
No, I said to define this under J. I think we need to talk about it in council and make it a duty under J.
Okay, I understand. I think that I'm responding to your motion by basically disagreeing with you by saying I think if this goes to the voters and if the voters say yes, that we need to put this in the charter, then it becomes council's work to define it. Work to define what is an economic development plan. What are those metrics? How do we communicate it? I think some of those details we work out after it goes to the voters.
I mean, I'm just disagreeing with you on that. I think we do it the other way. I think we both want the same thing in the end.
Yeah.
I just disagree the path we need to take to get there.
Okay,
yeah.
Thanks.
I think you can get both ways. When?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Jeff. I understand. I'm hearing what everybody's saying. I understand the marching orders on this and what you're looking for. I think we have a lot of the pieces of it. So if it's a matter of communicating those pieces, I think that falls on the responsibility of city council. I think if conceivably, if we had another charter review, they could come and say, we have no we have no environmental policy in place. We have no social justice or equity in place. We could have a completely different charter review that could request a different, very specific report coming from the city manager about a different topic, which is why I'm inclined to work on fulfilling that without codifying it, because I think it's a little bit outside. I think defining it to that degree is a little bit outside of the purpose of the city charter. That's just my opinion. So I'd like to go along with Jeff's motion there to offer up what we have already and accept the criticism that council isn't providing you what you feel like what you need right now. But I'd like to stop short at codifying it in the charter for now.
Melissa?
There's so many great points on all sides, but I do think that we're missing an opportunity if we do not add the economic development plan to the duties. I don't think we need to spell it out in quite this way. I think that we do need to say that we need an economic development plan, and we need to make it public and available to everyone without having to talk to Dave to get the details. So is there a way we can amend your motion so that it eventually? I think that economic development plan should be in the charter. I don't think all this detail is necessarily what we need to do right now, but I think we're missing something if we are not listening to the people in front of us.
I don't, because I said we don't put it in the charter. We just keep it in-house and not in the charter. So I don't think you can amend for that.
Robin?
Yeah, I think that, yeah, makes.
Hey, Robin, can you lean into the mic a little bit? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I think Jeff makes a very valid point, but I agree more with Chris and with Melissa. I think that we miss an opportunity. People brought this up. This is something I think that we can, and Chris's thing, that we can refine this. This is not the finished product. So we have an opportunity to sit down, put our heads together, see exactly how we can get this out to residents, give them the opportunity to make that determination. And I think that if we do that, that's probably going to be very helpful to us down the road. So whatever the motion, I certainly respect Jeff's position because I think that was very valid. But I think Chris's position and Melissa's as well, I think to me carry a little more value and I think impact in the community. And with the things that I think the Charter Review Commission has advanced, I think we should probably work to try and bring that to fruition.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really torn. This is a tough one. On the one hand, it's great guidance for council. It gives us some leverage really to and some impetus to move forward and really get the job done, because I do believe this is under council's purview, working through the city manager. I think it's our duty, not necessarily the city managers. We work through the city manager. The city manager comes to us, says, here's the plan, and we say, maybe this isn't the plan, you know, but it's on us. We hold the responsibility. So that's kind of where I'm iffy about putting this under the city manager's powers and duties. It really gives the city manager a lot of power, in my opinion. And it is kind of saying, this is what we're formalizing, what this city manager already does. But it could be that in the future, the city manager won't do that. So will council be strong enough to say, do this? So I am torn about this. However, all that aside, I appreciate what Chris has brought up in the sense that it does not appear to be a harm to me. I don't see a real harm in this going to the voters. They'll have to, I mean, I hope they don't get the impression that we're not really doing this, but you know, I don't see a harm. I see that there could be benefit in the end. So I guess I'm I would like to, I guess we're going to have to vote first on Jeff's motion. So I guess the opposite of Jeff's motion is to move it forward. So I think I'm going to probably take the position of voting against the motion.
Anybody else? All right, I'm gonna ask for a hand vote because I think it's gonna be close. So all in favor of Jeff's motion, please raise your hands. 3, 4. Yes would be 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a tie. Pardon? Want to do that in council meeting? I'm pretty sure I do that when it's reported to council.
Is this a committee meeting? Or is it says a special council meeting?
What goes on tonight will be brought to the next council meeting.
But how do we get this to council if we don't know which way we're pushing it?
It's gonna go to council, but it's gonna go as a tie vote.
Okay.
Am I right?
No, I believe if a motion is tied, it doesn't win. You're back to where you are.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion that we review this language in a way that it could appear in the charter and on the ballot. And I would just like a little time to make that happen.
Second.
Second by Hannah. Let's see, you got more comment? Heidi, do you have a comment?
No, I think that's well stated. I think that, you know, yeah, I think there's a good intention here. Perhaps it needs to be clarified, especially for the voters.
Any other comments? Gwen?
Do we need to make a motion for that, or can we just?
You made the motion.
I have a question then.
Yeah.
So if we're going to review the line, what's our window to review and get it? September 6th?
Oh, August 6th.
August 6th. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
August
you got 2
So does
weeks,
it have to go to committee, the next committee meeting then to review the language?
and that would be too late, yes, unless you started having meetings every day.
Right. So if we're going to review the language, it would have to go to committee.
Yep.
Which
Yes.
wouldn't give us time to get on the ballot in the first place. So it would be council referendum at that point, which is what I said.
Well, and if these, yeah, you can do this in the spring. If this is one that
So we
you
can
would
just
like
push
to
this
spend
down
more
till we
time.
get it defined.
I'm sorry,
So we could just push this until it's defined.
yes.
Do I need to clarify the motion so that it's not about getting it on the ballot in November, but eventually to get it on the charter?
If you would, please.
Okay, so I'm amending it to be that we will review the language for 6.04 for the city managers related to the economic development plan. And we will do it, we will review the language to be on a future ballot for the charter.
Heidi, you second that, didn't you?
Yeah, we will review the language for discussion to be on a city, you know, on a future.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not necessarily that we are definitely advancing it, but because, you know, for everybody's sake, we would like there to be some thought in crafting this.
Jeff?
And just for clarity, we could define this role, implement how we're going to communicate it well before it goes vote on the, let's say we get it ready to go on the primary ballot. We could already be doing this ahead of then. We can implement any changes we want to implement, whether it's in the charter or not, correct?
The way I see it.
Yes, you could pass an ordinance that says exactly this. It is my opinion that this is too granular for the charter. But you could set up a policy, a regulation, an ordinance directing the city manager to do law director to do what the charter.
Right.
We're just going
I'm curious. What's the language that you feel is, the language that you have issue with?
Well, I think council should be in that. I don't know that, I mean, a 5-year economic forecast is very difficult to do. I do strategic planning. We never do past 3 years. But that's up for discussion. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Of giving us an opportunity to discuss this. I think it's important. I think we miss an opportunity if we're not listening to the commission and to the business owners here. I think we already do a lot of this work. I think it's going to end up being much more format communication in the end.
That's fine.
Yeah, can I comment on the motion?
Yeah.
So my concern is, or maybe the specific language around what is in the economic development strategic plan might be too granular, too specific at this point. My concern is that this is going to, if this could potentially slip away, that this could, my concern is that if we don't have a sort of a timeline for our review of this, so it gets on a ballot soon, that the urgency of this matter that the commission is raising.
Do I need to amend it again to put a timeline on it then? Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, we're making a motion. If we vote on this, we all agree that maybe we should be doing something around this. We have the opportunity to talk through that. Does it end up on the charter? Do we already implement it before it ends up on the ballot in May or whenever it would go to the ballot? We don't know. But timeline wise, we can say we will discuss and make a decision within 90 days.
I apologize. I think Gwen called the question. There's no debate after the question's been called, so.
Okay, well, we're gonna call the question. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
One no. Did I see? All right,
Two, Jerry.
Two.
two. Oh, I didn't hear you, Mike. Okay, my apologies. Next.
Bring my problems.
There it is.
It's on.
Hello, hello. All right. Thank you.
Didn't have the section regarding planting requirements. Not gonna be able to. Not gonna read
Through the whole thing. Hello.
But the goals here are to add to the Director of Public Safety responsibilities around ensuring that the right forms are available, easy to submit, and then reporting on them back. I guess that's probably a good enough just to get this started, and then we can see if there's anyone on the commission that wants to go ahead and add some more. Mike's real fast. This one's somewhat working.
No, those are the mics out of there. Oh, one of these?
Hi there. Shall we begin? So right now the city has a complaint form. It's up on the police department website. So this is not so much of an addition to what we're already doing, but it does change the process somewhat. It moves the responsibility from the police department proper over to the Department of Public Safety. The thought here is that if you're going to file a complaint against the police department, it's difficult to walk into the police department to complain about them. And there should be a more neutral way that protects the complainant in order to do that. Right now, the complaints also kind of, well, Hope gave us like an outline of how those complaints are adjudicated now. And there's not a tremendous amount of transparency to the complainant. So that once a complaint is filed in the current system, there's no reporting that we can find in code to let the complainant know how a case was adjudicated. And this language corrects that deficiency. So, and I guess because there's been some contention about the amendments we put forward so far, let me just state that our purpose here is not adversarial. This is not, we do not think, the commission did not think that there's a rampant problem with the policing services in the city. We're simply trying to modernize in a way that many other municipalities, when we did our research, looked at that town down the road that starts with R. Again, they have a much more modern way of handling it. We looked at Ravenna, we looked at Aurora, we looked at lots of towns our size in the county, and our way is a bit old fashioned. So I know the point is going to be made that this is very granular for the charter. I think this might be the exception to the rule, and the commission spent lots of time talking about putting forth amendments that spoke to the spirit of the charter and the direction that we wanted it to go, in order to allow. So the last amendment, for example, was intentionally vague to allow you opportunity to amend it as you saw. This is granular number of reasons. One, right now, states general, we're seeing lots of issues with this. This reassures the citizens of the city that there is a procedure in place that allows them to file a complaint in such a way that there's a report on the back end of that that allows them to see the mechanism at work, right? So perhaps the most important thing in the language is not the process by which we accept, but it's the reporting that happens on an annual basis. Because I think that's really the most important part for a city, community, the plaintiff themselves. So that we know these things are being adjudicated. It's a bit more. But in this particular case, given the climate right now,
Sure. Wait, we're listening to commission. Or you have a question?
I have a question.
For him.
I have a question for when it's appropriate for us to ask questions.
Jason. Thank you, Tom. I agree with Tom, what Tom is saying. The point of this is definitely not to be punitive. But one of the things that when looking at this, because this was one of the few, in fact, I think it's the only thing we formed a subcommittee to do additional research on, to look at other cities that have universities in them as well. So we really did try to look at other places similar to us, as well as look for places that we should aspire to be like. One thing to keep in mind about this area of the charter, this is an area of the charter that does have granular details, which is why, partially why we felt this is definitely fits within the language. For example, the director of services, which is another director in this section, it actually specifies that they're in charge of sprinklers. I would think that the citizens being able to offer up a complaint about a core service that the city offers, especially if this could be a bellwether towards some kind of bad behavior. I'm not saying there's bad behavior, I'm saying it's a bellwether. By ensuring that there is a process that people can find, that they can access, that there's no question that it is there. If something were to go wrong in the future, this is a prime way for us as leaders of the community, whether you're on council, whether you're in that director of safety's position, whether you're overseeing them, or whether you're a group that's trying to look out for people who are having issues, to not wait until it gets so bad that we become a national news story. So in that sense, I do believe the granularity of this is proper. You can see much of that throughout other positions in this piece. And we really want this to be something that builds a better community, a stronger community, a community that is accepting of criticism. And currently, we do have organizations that are filling in a gap in our community that people are reporting to instead of coming to the city out of fear. And part of that fear is around that we need a more neutral process.
Yeah, I think
First a comment, then I'm going to ask my question. If I was a voter and I looked at this, my mind would be boggled. Okay, that's my comment. But, you know, what I'm seeing, and I'm going to ask you this question is, could this not be a policy or several policies that we could work through? Perhaps citizens such as yourselves, I mean, that could come to council and say, this is the problem we're trying to solve, and here's some policy suggestions, and then council could come up with policies that can address the problems that are trying to be addressed. This seems to me like a set of policies that we could potentially enact. That's my question.
I just wanted to say that this one, detailed as it is, we had the most citizens come in and give us input on this. We had the most citizens come to our charter meetings to discuss this exact issue. So I don't think the citizens would look at it and go, blah, that's a lot. I think they'd appreciate it based on so much time.
I know that you didn't have a whole lot of time to meet, you know, together. Did you have a chance to talk to our police chief or our community liaison officer to discuss this topic?
We did invite, yes.
Okay. So in my experience on council, very often policies like this take take some time to develop and require expert input from law enforcement agencies and community, my concern is in the brief period of time that you had to meet, creating this policy potentially could have overlooked certain things that may not have been considered. So my concern is that this is a really complex topic to have on a charter review. And if we were going to do it, I would want to ensure that it was comprehensive and took into mind all potential areas and find some expert advice. Not that
To answer your question, we did seek out an expert that has done research on this particular topic and has helped to implement this in major cities, in at least one major city in the United States, as well as research it among other cities. So this language was presented to an expert, all forms of the language that we looked at was presented to an expert, and they felt that this was absolutely appropriate and a minimum bar. If anything, they said that they would go further, but they said the way that it is structured, it absolutely conforms to best practices as an expert in that field, and they are a criminologist as well. So though the chief of police declined our offer, which we can't talk to a wall. So if they didn't show up, they didn't give their input, which we were asking for, and we asked many times. But in answer to your question, Gwen, yes, we sought out an expert and we took the advice of that expert, and what Tom constructed as language was approved by that expert. Like they believe that this is requisite.
Is that expert have an opinion that is accepted across the board from many other experts? Was it vetted in some way? My concern is that.
So that expert has.
My concern is that the phrase experts, there's lots of different experts. Sure. This is a really complicated topic. We've seen a lot of conversation in other communities about reporting. I'm not opposed to. Sure. I'm not opposed to this. This concept, this idea, but I don't want to rush something through and put it on a ballot that isn't completely flushed out, that includes input from stakeholders, from community. This is the kind of thing that is such a topic of such enormity that in my mind would require more in-depth analysis and conversation. So I'm just sharing my concerns, and those are just my questions.
But to answer your question, the expert that was sought out has peer-reviewed articles and research that is published. The ACLU and the NAACP were presented this language, and they felt that this language was appropriate. So as far as did we reach out to other people and share that language, ask them about goals, ask them about what could be done to help? Yes, we did. Though we did it quickly, we did it comprehensively in the sense of what we want to accomplish with this. And though we had a short timeline, I feel like that the commission as a whole spent a good amount of time on this, and we had a lot of public comment on it. I know a lot of charter review commissions who are lucky if they get one person showing up the whole process from the public. And this had more than any other topic, and people showing up multiple meetings to talk about it. So did we reach out to a stakeholder? Yes. Did we look for an expert and find that advice from an expert? Yes. Did we look for organizations that deal in this topic in our community? Yes. And did the public weigh in on it? Yes. So in everything that you're asking, Gwen, it was accomplished.
it sounds like you did a lot of homework on it and I really appreciate it. I think that as an elected official in the city, I have a major responsibility to make sure that the city doesn't put itself in any potential lawsuit, any potential situation where something that is not completely fully flushed out could go sideways. I'm not doubting the amount of homework you did, but I've seen other policies take a very long, cautious, careful approach so that it's rock solid. I wouldn't want to put something to the voters that I couldn't stand behind myself and say we did our absolute due diligence. We, made sure, legally in every other potential area. These are just my concerns that I have, and my role as a council person is to make sure that anything that would go in front of the voters is rock solid and it has a legal foundation. It has, professional law enforcement foundation. It has all these things, because we have seen communities where if it isn't done, if things involving their local police departments isn't done with that kind of background, then it can cause problems down the road, which I'd like to avoid. That's my only, those are my concerns.
Anybody else? Chris?
Yeah, I want to thank you for the comprehensiveness of this this language. I agree with Gwen. I do think that the police chief, the fire chief, other kind of lead of public safety officials of our city should see this. That does not mean I disagree with what you're attempting to do here, and don't think that they would either. I think I maybe would mirror an idea from my colleague, which is to say, can we push this so that we can get that review from the public safety officials, so that it will come back to council and potentially appear on a ballot within a year.
Can I just say, clearly there's a misunderstanding. So the expectation throughout my tenure and talking to the mayor, same thing, so it goes back multiple decades, is that this is not a process to be interfered with by the staff. We don't want the police chief showing up, advocating, championing in front of you all. And so the implied expectation, like I've never spoken because I was told I shouldn't. It's not my place to the commission members, because that's sort of like using my undue influence on you. This is supposed to be your process with the council. I totally understand why you're saying, well, we had some questions. That's understandable. And but I also want you, don't be assuming that you were being ignored. The cultural expectation or the work expectation is, no, police chief, you're not to go in there and try to force your position on them and then the fire chief better show up and do his and lobbying or something like that. Whatever that's the historical precedence for this. So sounds like we need to maybe change that precedence, because you all have a very different expectation. And I've heard you say a couple times now that it certainly felt to me like you were saying you were offended that they didn't show up. And so I hate that. I don't want you feeling that way. Our department heads care about all this stuff, but they don't want to be viewed as interfering in a public process. So I'm happy to tell you that they would welcome an opportunity to comment on this. They don't need me to require it. So I'm happy to, if you all in council is comfortable with their input, which again is a new thing, if this is a new normal, we're happy to participate in it. So I can tell you that straight up. I'm not sure what they're gonna say. And I'm just telling you, if you want their input, absolutely, they'll give you, or council or whoever, whatever's the appropriate
He did not. Don't say that. Sorry.
Anyway.
We went down this road. When asked the question, did you ask the police chief these questions? But now you're saying we should. So should we have asked the police chief or should we have asked?
I asked if you asked if the police chief or a community liaison officer about it. That was my question, which you answered. You reached out, they didn't reach out. I wasn't fully aware that staff wasn't like that in the past. They hadn't participated. This is my first charter review. I wasn't aware that in the past staff hadn't participated with the charter review process. So it was a question about current policy that we have for reporting and the detailed nature of what you're proposing goes to the voter. That was all.
I mean, I can touch on that a little bit. Like, I think we were interested in input from wherever it came from, whether it was members of the public, members of council, members of staff. We were open to that and very interested in it. So at least the way we approached the Charter Review Commission, we would have been happy to have them there and get their input, or anybody. So maybe next time that we can change that.
Yeah, we learned. And honestly, my memory, I don't even normally council is not a part of that process. Now, a couple of them, I know at least Roger, I know you showed up, but normally the expectation was you can show up, but don't engage. And that's how I've always, and that doesn't like come from me. That's just like what we inherited, right? So that's clearly changed here, and that's probably a good thing, right? So now there can be more dialogue, there can be more give and take, and getting to the point, better informed, fully informed decisions, right? So I'm happy if you want to use the word requirement, if that makes you feel better, I'm happy to say I'll require it. Okay.
John.
Public.
Fine, we're kind of all over the place.
John Barber, south of Peister Street. As many of you know, I have a 43-year career in law enforcement, public administration. And I guess I'm confused because I'm looking at this document, and you guys did a great job on it. I just want to tell you that. But it's just merely trying to explain how you make reporting accessible to someone who feels they were a victim or mistreated. It does nowhere in this document, and I kept looking because you guys kept talking about this, does it say what the process for investigation and the process for holding them accountable and disciplinary action. There's nothing in here. All what this says is we want to try to make people feel as comfortable as possible to report they don't feel like they were treated properly. And so this to me says, and not to put more on your plate, Dave, because you're the director of public safety, but that you're creating a mechanism where people can feel safe to report they weren't treated fairly. And it's not going against the police, because who's going to investigate this? That's a discussion for you all to have somewhere down the road after the complaint is filed. But it's just saying we're trying to create an environment where people feel safe and won't be, ostracized for reporting, hey, I don't think I was treated properly. I don't think that I was able to, get the service that I should have received. And I want to file a complaint, but I don't want to go to the chief because that was his department that did this. And so they're just trying to set up a mechanism, if I'm correct, and you guys can correct me if that you're just trying to set up a mechanism where the public can feel safe in reporting these things and not feel like it would be retaliatory if they did. That's my 2 cents.
Joey, were you?
Jerry and council, that's exactly what this was. It wasn't anything more than that. We were trying to create, at the request of several people in this city that felt uncomfortable with the way it is currently set up, a way to make it fair. I could not have said it any better than you, John. Thank you so much.
Mark.
Real briefly, and you're talking about granular. Well, Dave's description, the description of your job is granular. It wants us to, recommend this time schedule for each improvement in the city, et cetera, et cetera. This is granular too. A lot of things we're talking about is a difference in opinion as to what should be in the charter. And that's a whole nother discussion to have, but one that's very needed as your city becomes modernized.
In fact, it may be granular, but it was a direct request from your citizenry to do this. So I hope you take it seriously.
Well, I started with John, so we're out in the public. Young lady.
Hi, Tina Vargava. I live on Crane Avenue. So I am a public health professor at Kent State. I teach about the criminal legal system and about the effect on community health. And I was one of the people who came to the commission to support the idea of making police complaints more accessible, more structured, and having a reporting system that goes to council so that council can see what's going on so that you guys can do your thing. I did help liaise with the Portage County ACLU action team and the Portage County NAACP, who both felt this was minimal required language, that they probably would like to see more language then. So perhaps some additional consultation wouldn't hurt, but this was a very minimal bar of just saying, you should be able to make a complaint. You shouldn't have to go to the police department to make a complaint. Somebody should be keeping track of what's going on with the complaints to make sure that they're not getting neglected. And that should be public so that people know what's happening with complaints over time. And those are just the basic things that what are included. Again, I probably would have put more stuff in there, but it's a good start.
Anybody else from the audience?
Sylvia Rhodes, North Chestnut Street. So I have a question, again, pretty granular, so my question's granular. If you're going to include an annual report that tells the names of the personnel who've been identified as being, making egregious action, I just wonder if that violates their privacy. So I wouldn't be able to find out as a public member who on the police department or whatever had behaved badly.
I don't believe so.
Oh, after it's closed. Okay, thank you.
We actually talked about that
Anybody else?
quite a bit.
Robin, you had your hand up? No. Anybody else? Heidi?
This makes me feel sad. I don't understand why council has been bypassed in this issue. Why did it go to the Charter Review Commission when they could have come to us and we could have had people, we could have heard all sides and thought, well, this is potential action that we could request these reports. And why it just really feels like, in my opinion, policy that could have come to council. And, part of it is council's role. I consider that if somebody goes and makes a complaint, and sometimes I've made complaints for people as a council person because they're afraid to, or what have you. But if somebody goes and they don't feel like they've been heard, respected, they didn't get any feedback, they didn't know what happened to it, it's part of my job to go to bat for them. So this feels kind of like this is really kind of more council type of activity, and maybe something in the end could come out of this for the charter that can be crystallized in a charter amendment. But I would really like to see this discussion with the ACLU and all these actors come to us, tell us what the problems are. I want to know what harm has occurred and what to think together in a very open public meeting what we can do about it.
That's what this is. This is the gate, the entryway in. This is people who were afraid or couldn't or didn't want to go to the police department to make their complaint.
so it would never have got to you. What we're doing is providing the opening so that it can get to you.
It still feels like a policy, from my perspective. I totally appreciate that. But it's like the council couldn't handle this, so this has to be put in the charter so that you know, the process is basically developed by the citizens. I appreciate the effort, and I would love to see this come to council. I would like to see this as a citizen-driven policy discussion, and the citizens who are making the complaints who haven't been heard don't have to come and testify. They can have somebody else testify for them or whatever. But you say that's the commission is a safer place for them to have come than the council. That really makes me sad. We didn't have a chance to fail at this.
Right.
So I guess I would like to make a motion that.
Wait. We got, Chris wants to talk. Yeah, Chris. Then we'll go back out to you.
Hey, I think my response to that is this is also my first process. I'm understanding, number one, that policy and legislation seems like it gets made in a
Point of order real quick.
Okay, I'm sorry.
If Heidi said she wants to make a motion, you have to finish her motion. Does that close the discussion?
Chris was asking to be recognized before Heidi made her was suggested. That's why I went to him.
Awesome. Thank you.
I'll restate. I'm Heidi. I guess I'm coming to understand that there are multiple ways in which sort of the hamburgers get made, and one of which is the charter review process, and another is the sort of day-to-day, week-to-week legislation that we review on council. I guess it's not for me, in my opinion, to judge sort of when this comes up. I think this is in front of us now. I guess we have to judge if this belongs in the charter. And I think there are differing opinions about that. I'm also aware, again, I think harkening back to the debate before this, that this is such a significant issue that this commission felt they needed to bring it to the charter. Whether it's fear of doing it sort of the regular way, whether it's utilizing this once in a decade opportunity to crystallize a super important thing this commission feels, they brought it here. And so I think it's, you know, I'm taking it on its face that they understood the how important this would be placing the issue on by placing it on the charter document. And I'm willing to consider doing just that.
Are you finished, Chris?
Yes, thanks.
You, then I'm going back to Heidi for her motion.
Sure. I guess I'm a little puzzled about describing this as policy, because I think we would view this as a procedure. I don't see this as policy. This is just outlining a procedure for the public to follow. And I would also say that I feel like council has always had the power and continues to have the power to proactively welcome feedback and input on this topic and figure out how to do that. All that I know and all that our commissioners know is that we had this task. We looked at the charter. We found this to be something of major interest, and we're putting it before you.
Heidi.
I'll just make the motion and then I'll say something, but I feel like I've said my piece. So I would like to make a similar motion that like Jeff did, because I do believe that this deserves to have in-house hearings. and us to work through this. So I would like to have this, reserve this right now for an in-house review to see if we can develop policy if it's warranted. And, you know, not to say that it won't ever go to a charter, just to maintain it as an in-house discussion for now.
Second by,
I mean, just to say, to reiterate that I feel like we've been cut out of this process. And even though you say this is a procedure, I think that the procedure policy involves procedures. And I welcome all of you and anyone else that has an interest in this to come to council. We can get this on the agenda, because if we're saying that this is an in-house thing, then we should put it on the agenda, put it into committee. So maybe that needs to also be stated, to put it into committee as part of the motion. Do you agree, Jeff?
Sure.
further, Jeff?
Yeah, I think that gathering input from all the department chiefs, and probably they're going to want to touch base with their union reps too, as far as input and all that will be pretty necessary.
Any other discussion? Just discussion on the motion? All right.
Motion, I think it's advanced already that the procedure deal that goes to perhaps inviting, being more of a gateway for people to feel comfortable. And when they have an issue, and making that known and not having to go through a process. I don't know us getting into that. What I thought Heidi was talking about is something a little different. Procedure is something we can work out, but I, quite honestly, I'm comfortable with what the commission indicates they would like to do, because it's a procedural thing that makes, I think that probably highlights aspects of integrity in a process. And I think that's probably minimally what they're looking at trying to do. The other things Heidi brought up, certainly something we need to discuss as council.
Done. Any other discussion? All in favor of Heidi's motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? One. Okay, moving on. I gotta say this. I get complaints, but it's all the parking meters. There's nothing great about it, you know.
No, I have.
Can I make one reference though? Because she's sitting in the room. The council's actually had these conversations, may have predated some of the newer people, but we worked with the NAACP and some of the other groups. We had various representatives that came to council. This was particularly after some of the national incidents involving police. And council was very concerned about here and what we're doing and whether we've adopted the best practices in policing and so forth. So there was a lot of discussions. I mean, there was hours and hours on that topic. And in the end, at least let's call it the first step. The first step was the creation of a new position called the Community Engagement Coordinator. And that's Dominique, who's sitting in the side row there. Her role is to be an advocate for people who are fearful or who don't understand the system and don't know how to navigate. So she was hired to be that person. She does other stuff too. She's community engagement, so neighborhoods and neighborhood movies, and she's doing a lot of new things, and you'll see more and more of her. But please know that that's been a topic. It's not that this has not come to council in some form. And I will tell you, the NAACP and the other groups at that time, a couple of years ago, were very happy when they learned how much the city was doing already, and then when hiring Dom. I'm not suggesting there's not more to be done. I just want you to know that it's not there's not nothing being done, and that's Dom's a great new addition to our staff. So.
Point of order, point of order.
Yeah,
It's point of order.
we're not gonna, yeah. Other, next.
Well, Mayor,
We have to go past 10 o'clock.
yeah, you need a motion.
Motion to,
Yes.
I'll make a motion. We go past 10.
There's a second
Continue.
discussion. Seeing none, all in favor of extending the meeting past 10 o'clock?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Okay. Thank you, council. Thank you, Mayor. Number 2.8, section 8.07, charter review. So this is a complete amendment of this section. The big goals here were to shorten the duration between charter review commissions, reduce the number of people on the charter review commission, because we heard from multiple people that it's hard to get 15 people to come out and do this. Speaking about the every 5 years, multiple communities around us do their charter review commission every 5 years. So we're not going out on a limb here trying to propose something that no one else is doing. And then kind of laying out a little bit more framework for the timing of how the charter review is formed and when they meet. Partially due to our compressed timeline, we wanted to give council a little bit more direction on here's when you should be appointing them, here's when they should be meeting, and then also making sure that the public is involved through a town hall meeting, as well as ensuring all meetings are public. I think Craig had something he wanted to say, so I'm going to hand this over to him.
Thank you. The only other thing I'll add is I proposed this because I viewed this process, once I got into it and experienced it, as an opportunity. So it's a way to get more Kent residents engaged, informed, passionate about the health and future of our community. It also introduces people to the workings of local government, people who may have never attended a council meeting before, and leave the charter review process thinking, you know what, maybe I could run for something or join a board or just stay more plugged into what's going on. This also builds the kind of institutional memory that the city will benefit from year after year. A process that's welcoming, documented, easy to navigate is one that we can build on and not scramble to remember every decade. I feel like I can speak for my fellow commissioners when I say we loved this experience. It was not always easy, but it was thoughtful, collaborative, deeply rewarding. And we believe the charter review process deserves to be treated as an asset to this community, a civic tool to be improved and leveraged, and not just an inconvenience or a headache. So I just want to thank you for your consideration. I hope that you will support this amendment, not just because it improves procedure, but because it makes space for more people to fall in love with serving Kent, just like we did.
Anybody else from the commission?
I will just say that watching, not saying much from the commission's point of view up personally, it almost you fall into this right here, what I'm hearing. That's just my witness of postponing or putting things to a wider, another discussion because it's so complicated and intense. We felt for future commissions, this would be a much more rewarding, we had fun. I'm not gonna say it was a rewarding process. In the sense of their overall experience of how city government works. If it's their first experience coming out of college, or we were in high school, went away, moved back, and you're getting involved in your community as an example. I just thought that's why I thought I was a strong advocate for this as well.
Anybody else from the commission?
Yeah, I wanted to say one more thing too. Around the moving to 5 years, one of the things when we came into this process, we said, well, what did they do last time? 10 years is a long time. And the institutional memory is hard to maintain across 10 years. but it's a whole lot easier at 5 years. Now, it won't solve the problems, but hopefully by adding a little bit more structure here, doing a little bit more frequently, we'll be able to build on each individual commission, and we'll know what happened the previous time.
Anybody else from the commission? I gotta make a statement. Back in latter part of 80s, 90s, the commission did work every 5 years. And it didn't work, and that's the reason they went to 10 years.
See, we didn't know that.
Well, I don't know. It was so hard to get 15, and I have never seen 15 people attend one of your meetings. According to the vote, there was no 15 people ever showed up. And it was so hard to get you people to put the commission together. Melissa? Pardon? Melissa?
So I got the pleasure of sitting in on 2 of your meetings where a lot of this was discussed, and my initial idea was that I was going to sit and listen because I thought that was my role. I had no idea that other people weren't coming to the meetings, and I knew that we were possibility of some things coming up about Parks and Rec, and I am the liaison, and so I wanted to make sure that that perspective was, at least I heard what you were discussing. And so I thought it was a great experience, and I did obviously make, well, all of you know, I made some suggestions around this because we don't have the institutional knowledge around this. I mean, you've been here, Jerry knows a little. Don, you were on another committee in the past. You were chair in the past, right? Right, 30 years ago, right? Right. So I think that I think this is definitely a charter issue, that putting some structure around it, making someone responsible. I'm a little concerned now that I'm looking at it about the dates in particular, because what we really need to do is work backwards from the date we need to submit in for the election, right? So instead of using just, because we don't always know when obviously November's pretty much always been the election.
It's, well, yeah, it's always the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November, and just now it's just, they had that timeline in mind because they knew that we need to be there by August.
I was just looking in case we needed to have some flexibility. I know that elections have always been in, I'm 61, so I voted a lot of times in November. But I think this is really thoughtful. I think it's really impactful. Obviously, it would have made a difference for all of you in your timeline had this been in place. It would have made a huge impact on us understanding, should we be there, should we not be there, should the directors be there, should they not be there? How do we get this out to the public? I just think this is a very thoughtful approach, and I'm in favor of the way that you laid it out.
Yeah, just one note one comment. I think that publishing the application for prospective commission members, maybe it should get moved up even a month further so we can gather a little bit bigger pool of people to pull from. Just open that. This year we struggled to get 15 applications in time. We had to keep extending, so if we can make that window bigger, I think that works out to benefit us. And then as far as participating in this process, in reading the existing charter, and just on my personal morals, I didn't think it was appropriate for sitting council members to come in here and have discussions with the review commission. We're asking you to review our charter, and if we were in here to influence them one way or another, it wouldn't. This is a total hypothetical that it would take a lot of strategy, but you could get people on that commission that you wanted to do something for, because we're appointing the commission, and because we're appointing them, I don't think we should have any influence or input on what they're doing. If they have a direct question, have a legal representative here and a clerk of council here. But I think they should work fairly independently of council through this process of making changes to our city charter that we have to abide by.
You have your hand up or down?
It was,
All right.
yeah, first off, I commend them on
Get closer to the mic.
First off, I'd like to commend them. I think that, their product is very sound and good. Especially the outreach with the town hall concept, drawing residents, and so they have a better understanding of what's happening in the city, and that they're probably amplified to participate more. So I think that's really a positive on that. And I'm hopeful because looking at the way this has been done and everything, I think that that's going to be something that will really benefit. Going from 10 to 5 years is sound. Going from 15 to 9 is pretty sound as well. I think the things that they are advocating will actually produce a better ability for us to determine what direction the city ought to be moving. So I'm very appreciative of the work on that. Very well done.
Was there a reason that it was changed to residents, 9 residents? Isn't it in the original charter? Doesn't it say electors? So what was the reason for changing that?
Yeah, I mean, we did talk about that. Yeah, I mean, so what's the definition of an elector versus the definition of a resident?
It's the same.
An elector is someone who can vote if they so choose.
Who can vote. I just wondered what the difference was.
Yeah, I mean, so I
Oh.
think we were trying to open the pool up a little bit, but I don't know if it really,
Okay, just ask.
reality changes it much.
Maybe to allow, like, if a 16-year-old from Kent Roosevelt wanted to,
Yeah, and that's what Barb just said, like a 17-year-old.
Kent State students have the legal right to stay registered to vote in their home area. And so under this, with getting rid of the elector language, they could participate in this as well, under
Yeah, but-
resident.
But
So
the
that's-
issue with an elector is that that's not about being a registered voter. It's about that pretty much it's like being a resident, right age and all that. It's not you don't have to be a registered voter. An elector is not a registered voter.
We thought, because of this confusion, we thought resident would be simpler.
Well,
So
yeah, well, same basically.
Does elector imply an age limit then, right? Resident doesn't, or a bottom age? So we should probably switch that back to elector. Put a bottom line on that then? A minimum age? No?
That's,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Another question. Looking at the first paragraph, the end of line 6, 5 to 6, council shall endeavor to select a commission that is a diverse cross-section of the city, keeping in mind age, race, gender, ethnicity, and ensuring each ward is represented. Am I to understand that therefore we must have members from each ward?
endeavor.
Right, try to select a commission. But then the word ensuring, I think, ensuring brings it to more of a certainty.
I don't think our goal was that it had to be so, but considering them as part of the
And Chris, if you wanted to make a motion to change ensuring to endeavoring again, that makes it less a requirement and more.
I'll go even further, which is to say, you know, I think if we're not mentioning sexual orientation in this list, we're not mentioning immigration status. There's a number of characteristics I think that we would, you know, obviously want to have in there. We're not gonna write, I think, 50 characteristics. One change could be council shall endeavor to select a commission that is a diverse cross-section of the city, keeping in mind characteristics such as keeping age, race, gender, ethnicity, and ward representation. That sound amenable? So factoring in ward representation as one of the characteristics that we would endeavor to select for. Yeah. Yeah. I can make that motion whenever.
Okay.
So I'm glad that we whittled it down from 15 as the requirement, but would we be comfortable? I mean, because we did seat in a very short period of time, a very wonderful, very diverse group of 15, almost 17 at a certain point. Could we set the minimum at 15 and the maximum at another number, just so we could have as much diversity as possible and make sure the wards are represented? Because if we only have 9, there's 6 wards. That means each of us on a ward would get to have one person, right? I don't know that we're going to necessarily get to the diverse place that we want to be.
Yeah.
So maybe minimum of 9, a maximum of some number, so it's not too unwieldy, right? Because we don't. That would, you know. I mean, how did it feel for 15? It's a lot.
It's almost unworkable.
Okay, that's fine. So, but if we say 9 is the minimum and 12 is the maximum, or some other number, so that it is
You
the
can't,
opportunity for representation is there.
you can't have 12. It's gotta be odd. It's gotta be 9 or 11. Yeah.
Voting.
One of the things we talked about around 9 is that, again, multiple other communities around here are also at 9.
11.
I mean, that number. All right, is council done? Anybody from the audience have comment? All right, back to council.
I would then move to move 8.97, thank you to the voters, with the amendments that sentence on line 5, paragraph 1, starting with council shall. We'll read instead, council shall endeavor to select a commission that is a diverse cross-section of the city, keeping in mind characteristics such as age, race, gender, ethnicity, and ward. Oh, we can throw that in there too. Sexual orientation and ward representation.
That's your motion?
The second amendment is to take Jeff's point, which is to move strike October 1st, line 4, paragraph 2, and make that September 1st. The third amendment is to make the number of residents 11. Is that correct? Yeah. Yeah. And that's my motion.
There, who seconded it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. 9 and 2 alternates. Thanks.
I'll second, but I'd also like to make an amendment. I don't know which goes first.
Say that again, Jeff.
I'm gonna second it, but I would also like to make a friendly amendment to the motion.
Okay.
I would like to add that there should be no input from appointing members of council after the Charter Review Commission has convened. Elected, sure.
Is there, we're in the motion. Sorry. Is there any other discussion on the motion?
Does that amendment need a second?
Probably shouldn't.
I thought it was.
Friendly amendment, so it doesn't, okay. A second is, I made it a friendly amendment.
Asking if you're.
I didn't know if mine needed a second.
Excuse me, I don't know that you can amend his motion.
No,
That's what I was
So-
asking. if I-
Yeah,
it's not gonna
no,
amend.
no, you need to deal with his motion first and then you
I
have to,
can't amend his motion?
no,
I can make a separate motion?
yes.
so are you going to second his motion without your amendment in?
Well, no, because if that goes through, then that amendment can't go in.
Yes.
So unless that dies for lack of a second,
So why don't I remove my motion and then let's. I remove my motion so that we can discuss Jeff's.
If you would like to withdraw your motion at this point to allow more discussion, I believe you're allowed to do that.
Yep, correct.
okay, I'll make the motion then. I would like to move that we forward this with the added language of 9 residents and 2 alternates. And you're gonna have to go with this, keeping in mind age, race, gender, ethnicity, ward, sexual orientation. That we.
Oh, sorry. It'd be characteristics such as.
Characteristics such as. Publish the application for prospective commission members by September 1st of the year. And that once the commission has convened, there should be no input by members of council.
You second it, Mike? All right, is there further discussion, Jeff?
No.
Mike, anybody else? We're in a motion. I didn't write Robert's rules. I just try to abide by them. It's hard. Go ahead.
I can understand, Jeff, why you would add that, but if we could maybe change it so that they have the opportunity to ask us questions. It was helpful, wasn't it?
I just feel like it's a dangerous area when we're appointing people to change our city charter, then they're asking us for influence on their recommendations on our city charter. I don't think it'd be unreasonable for them to reach out to staff, and they have our law director and our clerk of council at hand for all of their meetings. I think that it would be too easy for a member of council to, especially because we get to appoint them specifically. We each get to pick one. You could specifically point somebody on there that could work some sort of crazy agenda for you, whatever you wanted to do. And I feel like it's a very dangerous game to play.
On the motion.
Well, to his comment, you're appointing these people, feel somehow that you're not gonna have influence, that influence is not, I mean.
I don't think that if we're going to influence the process, why are we even appointing the commission? We could just do the process ourselves then at that point.
Okay. We're in a motion. Sorry. Any other discussion? All in favor? Oh,
Yeah, I'm finding myself disagreeing with you, Jeff. I think
Accordingly.
yeah, well, I think input is difficult to define. I think it's actually perhaps some of our responsibilities to advise on this process and liaise. I understand about undue process, but we know there are structures in place so that if that is suspected, we can be thrown out, we can be recalled. My view is, as Melissa was saying, this process seems to only be helped by folks who are kind of bridges between the city staff and kind of residents who are just starting to know the city and getting to know it through the charter review process. So I'll vote no on that.
any other?
I
Yep. Gwen?
Jeff, if you could just walk me through your concerns
So
that prompted.
I don't remember the exact language from the existing charter that I read, but once we appoint them, we're picking members of the community. We're appointing them to review the charter. I feel like once we've appointed them to review the charter, our influence on that process should be left to them. I don't think we should be influencing that process past that point. I think it's then up to that commission to work with the staff representatives that we provide them with to then read and change the charter accordingly.
What are you imagining hypothetically
I don't know
could happen?
exactly what could hypothetically happen, but I just feel like once we've appointed them, then it should be into their hands. Like, because you could, I mean, potentially pick people that you wanted to have certain languages or things put in. I know it's a lot of hoops to jump through.
Like
And
a
I feel like it should be
council,
very
like a
separate-
council could work around the council procedure by going to charter review.
It's
and
an extreme
encouraging-
improbability, but it's a possibility, and who knows what could happen. But appointing the commission, and then we're going to go influence it. What is the point in even?
Like a
appointing the
council
commission?
member could double dip by appointing their person and then voting for the thing that they appointed the person to bring forward.
Correct.
That's what you're.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. It's just, they should be two very separate processes.
Okay, it's interesting because we did have something earlier specifically addressing a hypothetical corruption type scenario that had been brought earlier. Like kind of trying to blank on exactly what number it was now. It's getting late. Thank you very much. We're back to moral turpitude. All right, thank you. I just wanted to kind of get an idea, and I think I can see where you're coming from. So in a different council, at a different time, you could have a couple of people that work together that could fundamentally alter the city charter based on their vote that they participated in, whereas even the participating charter person might not even realize that they were being influenced by the council person.
Correct.
Thank you.
Melissa?
So first, it's an open public process. And so a city council person comes in and tries to make a persuasive argument for you to do something one way or another. We have 9 residents that are paying attention, and it's in a public forum. And we ultimately also get to vote on it. So while I agree that we shouldn't be going in and advocating for specific issues, I think it is helpful for us to be part of the process, sitting in the audience as a resident, listening to the whole discussion. I found very important in tonight. It informed a lot of what the decisions that I made. And I think that there was some questions and I was able to provide some input that was helpful, but it was only, when they asked me. Well, I did make one suggestion that you didn't ask me.
Hey, Heidi?
Yeah, I think that, while I thought that it was not our place to go unless we were requested for some reason, I just thought, but I also couldn't make it, so, because of my schedule. I think this is kind of more of a normative thing that, that the norm is that you choose whether you want to go and you can listen, but you're not supposed to have undue influence. It's more normative. I don't know if we can legislate that very well, other than to say no contact. I know I talked to some people outside of the commission, but so, I mean, we are humans and it's a messy thing, and it is a norm, and we can talk about what norms and expectations we have of one another. I think would be a good thing. I don't know that I would want to necessarily legislate it. So
when
it was the recall, that's what it was. If we were concerned about somebody appointing somebody to a position once they were recalled and the potential for corruption there, I think that's what this is kind of reminding me of. That I think it's a little bit rigid since there's a town hall and absolutely no contact. I'm wondering if maybe we could soften it, undue influence or something.
That'd be totally fine with me. But we're a very unified council right now. But as far as and we're all really on the same page, that could easily change.
I totally understand your point.
Then we could have a bigger issue.
Yeah, I understand your point completely. I think the rigidity of no contact, I think, is the sticking point, because we are appointing you might even run into the opposite situation where you've appointed someone that you presumably know in the neighborhood, but you've had contact, but the charter's happening, and that actually could become kind of a more ball of twine that we don't want to get into, but an undue influence or something.
Well, just maybe no participation in the actual, I mean, they could contact, but no participation in the meeting discussions. The meetings.
Mayor, I know you're in the middle of a motion, but I need to say something. The charter can be amended in 3 ways: by petition, by this process, and by council. I know, especially because we're in a 10-year process now, I have heard over the past few years, like something might come up that council's like, maybe we should talk about that in charter review. I'm afraid if you limit this process that none of you will be able to make a charter review or a proposal. I don't know that I like that at all, that you all have to wait for your own time to propose charter amendments to a commission that does a fine job. That's all I want to say.
I think we're done. I'm calling the question. Does everybody still understand the motion, or did we lose track?
I vaguely remember what I just said.
Kathleen, can you wait?
Brady, you were gonna say that?
Let me go back to.
Okay, the motion is to reword the first paragraph, the sentence saying the council shall endeavor to select a commission that is a diverse cross-section of the city, keeping in mind characteristics such as age, race, gender, ethnicity, sexual orientation, and ward representation. Further, it was to move the date. What is it? The clerk of council will create and publish an application for prospective commission members by September 1st of the year preceding the review year. And changing the 9, the commission shall consist of 9 residents with 2 alternates.
Right. What's this?
And then
I had a
Jeff's.
question on there for the.
Oh, and Jeff's, okay.
You need to downvote this and start over again.
No.
What?
Was it second?
No, I don't think it was.
It was seconded.
It could die for lack of.
Thank you, Jeff. Help us out of this.
Mike, you second.
You got it.
I have to say something.
What do you come from about doing? Taking the vote now? I think.
I think we take the vote now.
All right, let's take the vote. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right.
Can I see hands?
I think it failed.
Yeah.
Wait, let's do how, all in favor?
Aye.
And 1, 2.
2.
All right,
Just 2.
all against? It failed. Yep.
Make a motion to keep all of the changes that were already made and remove the no input from elected officials.
Second.
Second. You? Further discussion? What's it? Further? Further? Any other discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, thank God.
John came from that last week.
Next, we got 2.9.
Thank you.
I want to say that we had some audience members leave because it probably, no, maybe not. Did Chris leave too? Okay. All right.
Okay.
Never mind.
2.9, updating or adding section 902, general laws to apply. Was there in that too? Sorry. It's getting late. Anyways, nonpartisan elections. So the goals with this proposal are to change the mayor and city council positions to be nonpartisan on ballots and have one group of candidates up at a time without targets attached. Greg, did you want to add something?
You all hear me? Okay. So I'm introducing this last charter amendment, which makes our city council and mayoral elections nonpartisan. This proposal is about three things. One, making sure more Kent residents get a voice in who appears on the general election ballot. Two, centering our community's values and issues in each election. And three, making running for office more accessible for more residents of our city. Right now, we run partisan primaries in the city where 3 out of 4 registered voters do not participate in those primaries. And that's not because they're lazy or uninformed. It's because our current system discourages participation from independents, newcomers, and those who don't want to affiliate with a party just to cast a ballot. Wouldn't a progressive community like ours, the kind I've heard some of you say we want to preserve, take care to ensure that more than a quarter of its registered voters are included in determining its local leadership? There's another important angle here that often goes overlooked. Under Ohio law, Hope can correct me if I'm wrong, classified employees at the local and state level are prohibited from running in partisan elections, even as independents. That means many of our city staff and a large number of classified employees at Kent State, people who are deeply embedded in our community, are effectively barred from running for city council unless our elections are nonpartisan. In a university town like Kent, with such a strong base of public employees, it's surprising and frankly disappointing that we remain one of the few municipalities our size still operating a structure that sidelines these voices and the wisdom and experiences they could bring to local leadership. If we're serious about upholding Kent's progressive identity, then let's be honest, this current structure is hardly progressive. You might hear concerns raised that nonpartisan elections will suppress turnout, but a study of nonpartisan primary systems published in 2024 shows the opposite. Nonpartisan primaries actually boosted turnout by around 6 percentage points, and they helped reduce turnout gaps among independent voters and communities of color. And I'm happy to provide that citation. Some have raised concerns that removing party labels from ballots might leave voters without a clear cue about a candidate's values. But let's be clear, candidates can still talk about their values in nonpartisan elections. They can post them on their websites, say them in forums, knock on doors, and yes, tell voters exactly which party they belong to if they wish. That's not going away, and I can even see where candidates might decide it is in their interest to do this. What this change does, though, is put the focus back on ideas, on qualifications, and on what each person brings to the table, not just what letter happens to be printed next to their name. And frankly, watching how this amendment has been received over the past week has only strengthened the case, actually, for why we need it. I've heard some concern about the political implications of this proposal. Will partisan candidates use nonpartisanship to become more electable, for example? But doesn't this prove the point? Are we making this decision solely based on party politics and associated fear? Or are we also considering how to ensure more of the voters you represent can fully participate in our elections? You all know this, but you have the power to shape how this community functions, not just tomorrow, but years down the road. The Charter Review Commission offers this amendment in good faith. You've heard this before tonight. It's not a critique of how things are today, but a proactive step to keep Kent's elections community-centered, inclusive, and accessible, especially to people who are ready to serve, who do not see themselves in party machines, and to a supermajority of voters who want to help shape what their November ballot looks like. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Else on the commission? Barb? Oh.
I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Kent, Ohio, which you know has been here for decades and decades, since the 50s. We have had a position in support of nonpartisan elections at the state, local, and national levels for many years, and Kent is no exception. We realize that the change of attitude about politics has been very, very scary for many persons sitting in your chairs. But we would pose to you that in Kent, as I sent to you today or yesterday, a little over 15,000, well, 15,500 voters in Kent. Of those, 15%, 2,400 are Dems, 5% voted or are registered as Republicans, about 800. 79%, 12,300 are unaffiliated. And that comes back to being the nonpartisan. You all know that I hustled and tried to help get people to be on this commission. And many of them said, well, is this a partisan position? I think without exception, that was a concern. I say that just because it tells you where people's mentality is. They're not sure of either party anymore. But as far as the league's concerned, many years, I've ran the debates or candidates nights or whatever we were calling them right then. We shifted from that because it was too partisan. And there were very few people in the audience, if you remember. And you had to stand there and answer silly questions that every person would answer. Then I'd start again and have every person answer the same question. And it was their families and maybe a few voters. We made a conscious move to educate more voters by doing one-to-one, speed dating that many of you have participated in with us. And I tell you, the 100%, it's the first time I met him, 100% improvement in what people thought about politics after that, because our main thing is educating voters, telling them what a city's about, what a county's about, and trying to get them engaged. Nonpartisan elections helps that. A nonpartisan commission helped that. I don't know what else to suggest to you other than to say that in the 2024 general election, 68% of your voters were independent, non-affiliated. It was 23% were Democrats and 8% Republicans. You move to the primary, 86% were Democrats, 1,700 voters, not 2,300 of the primary. So the primary didn't get as many people as the general. And again, only 175 Republicans voted, whereas in the general, well, it was a Trump versus that other guy, Biden, that got 8 times as many Republican voters out. In the primary, you had 5% of independent voters show up to vote for each of you. No, you wouldn't. It's our 4 people or 3 people who are coming in as general council members to replace our fine retiring people. 5% of independent voters showed up, 105 of 12,000 eligible non-affiliated voters, 105. That's horrible. And I mean, we identified that already as a board and have decided to really seek out and try to educate more and more independent voters in various communities. And we've completely changed the way that we approach communities throughout the county. So those numbers are just to let you know that you've got 79% of your voters who don't give a damn whether you're a Democrat or Republican right now. Yes, when they walk into the poll and they're unsure, they don't know what they're going to vote for. Isn't that about educating them? So that's our position. And Sherry Rose wishes she could be here in all her excitement and joy that she brings to meetings, but you're stuck with me. So there you go.
Thank you, Barb.
Anything negative on the rest? But it's important to say it. I would suggest most of it. And I can't imagine having more access. I go to the doctor every day. I see him almost every single day. And things we are in the same area, we're in the same neighborhood, we're both. These come up, we spot me. But as a person who doesn't belong to a political, I do not. In getting to that general point. But in this situation, nothing but to say that. When you story, you I'm not able to do that. I'm not able to cast a vote to say yes. Person deserves to be supported. So many of you probably have people in your ward as well feel the same as me, like you're very present in the community and they jack off. I can tell you from my experience.
Anything else?
I think that's it.
All right, council have questions for the panel on it? Heidi?
What? I guess I just want this clarification. What is broken that this addresses?
I mean, so I think both Craig and Barb kind of addressed this. That people do not want to, what is it? 3/4 of the people do not want to be affiliated with one of the two major parties in our country. So I have a similar story to Jason. I actually have considered running for council, but that means I can't vote for Jeff because I will not run as a Democrat. So I can only vote for him in the general. I ended up not running because I met Jeff. He came to my door and I was like, this seems like a good guy. So I decided not to go through the process. But from what I've read in Ohio case law, if I vote in a Democratic primary, then they can say, hey, you're actually a Democrat. You can't run as an independent. Now, that's just one example. I think there's a lot of people who would be more interested in potentially competing with you on council if they didn't need to. I know, maybe I'm wrong. But even if it's twice as many people, is that a good thing for our city? I don't know. I'll let you make that decision. But I think we have a lot of disaffiliated voters in this country. We're disaffiliated people who don't vote because of the two parties. And I think there are benefits to being nonpartisan.
Other questions? Hi, Robert?
Yeah. So the feeling is by what, 21% of the populace being partisan as opposed to nonpartisan. Hence, people don't turn out. They won't vote because of party affiliation. So if I choose, I choose to run and affiliate with a political party, you feel somehow that I don't have the right to do that?
I think what the difference here is that on the ballot, you would not have the D next to your name.
Correct. But I choose to have a D next to my name. Nobody's compelling me to do that. Nobody's compelling you to associate with a political party. Are they? I mean, are you compelled to have to participate? Or you feel that you have the right to deny me affiliation?
I mean, I don't have the right to deny you. Only you and your peers can actually move this forward.
So no, but your logic is that you feel somehow that two-party process, partisan elections are detrimental.
I mean, you're asking my personal opinion?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
You do.
I do.
I don't. So if I choose to participate in a partisan process, you want to take that away from me. I'm not denying you the right not to participate. but you feel you have the right to deny me.
So you actually, the two-party system does deny me the ability to, if I want to be maintained as an independent, I cannot vote in the primary. Which means in our
primary, you're right.
Just on issues.
which in our city, and that is very heavily skewed Democratic, means I may not get to even choose. You know, it could be one person on the ballot in November, and I've missed my opportunity. So in some sense, I have lost that capability.
But I have, what's my right then if I believe that I want to affiliate with a political party because of their viewpoints or tradition or whatever? You feel that the more important aspect is that you, because, well, I can't assign your rationale, but that you have the right to deny me as a partisan the ability to participate. Now, I know going in that there are people who won't be able to vote for me because they've chosen not, but I chose to affiliate.
Right, but you can still participate in the process, though.
Pardon me?
You're not denied being able to participate in the process. You're just denied being able to label yourself in the process.
Exactly. I'm denied affiliation at this level. And I want people to know what my party affiliation is on the ballot. And what you're saying is you should not have that right.
I think we're proposing an idea that the city move towards a nonpartisan. Now, I'll admit, I'm answering these questions. I actually didn't draft this. So like I'm sharing my opinion, but like that's not really necessarily relevant to the text that you see in front of you. But I think, yeah, I mean, I think you're going to have to decide whether you're comfortable with the idea of nonpartisan, you and all of the people on council. That's something
Yeah, I want to be clear. The only difference is that you don't have the letter next to your name on the ballot, which I hear is an objection from you. But the right that you do have is the First Amendment, and you can share repeatedly. You run your campaign. You can choose who to tell, how many people to tell that you want to affiliate with your political party. And I think what we're responding to again is the reality that's in front of you all now, which are that your constituents, 75% of your constituents, are not able to shape what the November ballot looks like because they are unable in this current system to participate in a primary election that determines what the general ballot looks like, general election ballot. So yes, you may have that objection and I understand that, but I think my response to that would be that you have the ability to communicate that in all other forums other than the ballot. And we're doing that because there is a problem you solved, and it's not just those numbers, but again, it is a whole group of support employees, classified staff, who are local and state employees who do not have the ability to run as candidates. Is it not?
Wait.
Right. Teachers have been on the.
Yeah, teachers are not classified though, but.
Yeah, that's inaccurate. And also the voter turnout.
Wait, let's let Robin get it out of the system.
The voter turnout, you have something that indicates it's 6%. Actually, I went online and looked up pros and cons of nonpartisan elections. They indicate that it's 10% less with with nonpartisan elections. 10% less. You're saying 6%, that's 16%. I don't know, but the reality is that the bigger issue for me is that if I prefer to go in and have a D next to my name, I go out there and I'm knocking on doors as a Democratic candidate, and I'm out there and I have a certain value system. I'm not just your average political type. Being a Democrat means something to me. It has value, especially in times like this. And what you're doing is you're diminishing the ability by stating that you don't want people to affiliate, because that's ultimately what you're doing. You think somehow, well, I'm not going to say what you think. Reality is that this is a political system. There's no depoliticizing the system we're in. If it's not this, it's going to be something else that divides people. I would rather focus my energies on people who have a D next to their name, or R next to their name, and independent. Nobody is indicating you can't do that, and you shouldn't be able to do that. But a nonpartisan election takes from me my ability to fully express who I am politically. You feel comfortable, and a lot of other people who are not political feel comfortable with that. But everybody up here, except the mayor, and he once was, is a Democrat. There is a tilt, but that's where we live. That's the value of people right now. Every time we turn around, we're actually putting out resolutions confronting political issues today that are beating down a lot of residents here in this community. And that's because we have a certain value system as Ds or Rs or independents or natural law party people. It has value. It has meaning. And what everybody's going through, it's always, well, it's a two-party system that's killing us. It isn't. It's the people that are killing us right now because they don't confront what's right in front of them. And it's a tragedy. People have to, don't blame it on Ds and Rs if people don't participate. It's always a system. Well, I beg to differ.
Anybody else have?
Can I say something?
Oh, Jack.
Dinner at my house today was very uncomfortable because I have one position and my wife has another position. And so I told her what I was going to say, and she said, that's fine, but I don't agree with you. And I said, well, you don't have to, because this is America and we all can have different opinions. But I'll tell you what, what Robin said, I agree with. And I also have to say that I'm concerned about where we are politically in this country. It's scary. I'm scared. And I think people have a right to know what I believe and and I know I can say that. I know I can go on, print 1 million flyers up and say what I want to say. But the issue is bigger than that. I wrote this down. Party labels can provide voters with a shortcut to understanding candidates' general political leanings and philosophies, especially in local elections where voters might not have the time to research candidates. I'll tell you what, every time I vote, I go onto the Portage County Board of Elections and I look up the person's name and I look to see what party they're affiliated with. And I don't make apologies for that because I want to elect somebody who believes pretty much what I believe. And we're living in a situation now in which I'm so uncomfortable watching the news anymore. I can't believe it. And so I'm saying to you that I think party affiliation can help voters make more informed decisions aligning with their own policy views. And I'm a member of the League of Women Voters and I respect them. And 10 years ago, I would have voted for this, not now.
say, he also knows educating. Base. Yes, that you. Urge them to come out from where they heard about, it's like parlay on Thursday night about education, what's happening, finances. That is a huge problem. You need to hear that you're supportive of that hear what the issue is. Educate voters. You're missing 12,000 voters in every primary. 15,500. And yes, you want them to know your desire. You also want them to know how you're feeling about some of the issues in the state space. We will continue educating voters for the next 30 years. We will continue for another 30 years to do a 40 years, 50 years. I doubt anyone ever said that in that position. It's a different time. I also think 12,500. That's what we're going to try to educate, and maybe they will.
You're done. Chris?
Yeah, I've got a question, which is about the timing of this and the moment we're in. This is an experiment, and I'm curious how you think about the. I'll just ask it pointedly, why you think now is the moment, or no. Sure. I'll also say, I mean, I think we have, at least 3 independents on the ballot in the fall for city council. So independents seem to be excited to run. They might be missing the opportunity in May to kind of be on the ballot, but they certainly can be putting their lawn signs up as early as they'd like. I think it feels a little bit severe to say that we're not representing our people. I mean, everybody here does not represent our party first. We are representing our city first. That might not be true at the state level, at the county level, but certainly at this level, I think Jack's point holds that in local elections, when people, college students don't. I mean, we need to do so much work for them to even know that city council exists. Right, and so it really helped me to have a D next to my name when running, because otherwise my concern is bias starts to creep in. For example, we remember a man named Barack Hussein Obama ran 2008, 2012. How many people discriminated against his name that if they did not see a D next to his name and they saw John McCain and Mitt Romney, they would say, well, that name is just strange. This name is makes me feel more comfortable. You also might get into a situation, this is a question. You might get into a situation where the flashiest social media campaign wins out. The person who gets their name on the most lawn signs wins out, right? So then you start talking about equity and who gets to win elections. It's the people who can spend, it'll be a race to who can spend the most money on a local election, and then all of a sudden people who are low income can't be participating as much. We have a profound misinformation, disinformation issue. We know that local elections are being influenced by outside money more and more, and I worry this muddies the water a little bit.
Anybody else? Gwen?
Yeah, I was just going to add that I think this is a really interesting. 5 years ago, it would have been a no-brainer, and I would have said, of course.
Yeah.
And then in considering this and preparing for tonight's meeting, I was no, because I think that it's a valuable piece of information seeing the party affiliation. I think it's a little piece of information. The voters I've talked to, it has a tremendous amount of value to them when they go to the polls. Whether or not they should do the research or not is up to them to do. We all get one vote. So I'm loath to take away that piece of information that is so enormously valuable to our voters. However, I am willing to support it because in that same spirit, I'm comfortable letting Kent voters decide whether or not they want to go towards partisan or nonpartisan elections. And that's the point of the charter committee, is to bring these things to council. And I don't want to presuppose in this instance that people feel the same way that I might about that valuable piece of information or not. I do think that Kent primary elections are decided by a small number of people. It would be nicer if there were a larger number of people that participated for whatever reason. I mean, even if the reason were only that, there are more voters in November. But yeah, so I find myself in the awkward position of not especially supporting it personally, however, supporting it for the voters to make that decision for themselves. I feel like that's the way I would want it. So.
Anybody else? Anybody else in the commission? Oh, sorry.
One thing to give an example of is that on the planet, that's one of those things that I don't think it's electing you. These are large national issues. Often like just like we just like happened on the set. They're not.
Okay. Anybody else from the commission? The audience, John?
That's all right, I can speak. Yeah, John Barber, on Meister Street. I've run many times. I was 18 years old and affiliated with the Democratic Party because of the idea. The argument that a lot of people independent parties, I agree, but I've also had those same people pull the Democratic ballot in primary. Challenge. It's still you convincing a voter. That's what it's about. To Robin's point, I want people to. I don't want there to be any misunderstanding that, and again, we're not a two-party system because you can run. Yes, it's a harder battle, and I think that's a state issue. That's not the local. But they certainly could be on the general ballot, and then they're there to vote for it if you choose. But I vote as Democrat, I don't have, but I have. That's what the vote. For this community, I've lived here my whole life and I've been back here. Different. Of my minded. Back then,
I think somebody else had their hand up. We know who you are now.
You are. There's a gentleman, I think, right? He ran against you. Okay?
Yeah.
From art to art. Okay, maybe I wouldn't vote for it now. Maybe I didn't care, maybe I wouldn't vote for it now, but he's an eye. So it's not just D versus R, it's the ability to create. And I'm also like you, I would just vote a, but I want to know that information. And what happens to a woman voting for? I want to vote no on this, but do I think yay or nay? Vote yay or nay? This one's going to turn things to nay. All this great discussion, everything we had, and all these other charter amendments, these. No.
They're all separated. No, they're all separated.
They're all separated.
Oh.
Don't fall. This is not you protecting your positions, is providing a service voters like me on
Melissa, you had something to say?
I think there's still.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Randy.
You come on up. Name and address for the record.
Thank you, Fish, 814 South High Street. So you can hear me okay?
Yeah, I can. I can. I'm hard of hearing.
I can say at the beginning, I was doing dog. Then you will understand why I said it. I really don't agree with the way the city council, mayor, city manager are running. Actually, there are many things that I disagree with. I think there are a bunch of radical liberals that are running our city. What's wrong with the good old days anyway? Why can't we just make Kent great again? So I'm gonna run for city council vacancy and put my signs out, of course, not including my party affiliation. I'm gonna hand out my flyers, of course, without my party affiliation. When I get elected to council, I'll set things straight and I'll make sure I get my agenda through and finally make things right, which it should have. Let me put your mind at ease. That's not true of me. Not true of me, but it's a possible scenario that we could see with nonpartisan election. It could create a real nightmare for the current city council and interrupt and possibly even halt unity and the progress the council has experienced in the last years. Unfortunately, the average voter doesn't carefully investigate the candidates who are running for office. I dare say that the majority of the voters are looking for party affiliation to help them determine their choice. What's wrong with party affiliation? With nonpartisan elections, it will basically come down to who dresses the best, who combs their hair right, who has the most money, and other superficial reasons. If a candidate chooses to belong to a certain political party, they must have reasons, and why not be proud of that and declare what your party, and declare the party that you represent. Perhaps those promoting nonpartisan elections believe it'll just make us all equal if we blindly elect a candidate. Well, my opinion, all men and women are equal in the sight of God, but not in politics. There are differences. Party affiliation gives me the information that I need to begin to help me make a thoughtful choice, along with the information that I gather from learning the candidate's platform. We simply muddy the waters by promoting nonpartisan elections. Also, I did some study, and there's a research that also proves, it's done in North Carolina by Schaffner, Streb, and Wright, it's demonstrated that party affiliation is an indication or even the central component of voter decision making. It motivates individuals to participate as a display of party support. Nonpartisan elections have shown to low voter turnout. I believe we all want larger voter turnout. Party affiliation encourages that. Also, there was a study done by Welch and Bledsoe that indicates that nonpartisan elections benefit candidates who are members of whichever political party is the minority party, because it reduces the possible stigma of belonging to the minority party. When our children go out to play a baseball game, do we make them all wear the same uniform? No. Why? Because we want to know who to root for. What's wrong with party affiliation? Not a thing, in my opinion. I'm hopeful that City Council will avoid the potential dangers of nonpartisan election and vote no, replacing it on the ballot. I do have site information recently.
Thank you. Melissa, do you have something to say?
Yeah, I have had lots of conversations about this, and I honestly don't have super strong feelings about partisan versus nonpartisan in Kent. But I do believe that there was enough, I mean, you voted this 12-1, and I have heard from a lot of people who think that nonpartisan elections are a good idea. I am a member of the League of Women Voters as well, and I would like to leave it, as Gwen said, up to the voters.
Any more?
Yeah, I'm really tired and I feel really strongly about this. This is scary to me. This is scary for me to be able to lose the information that I get from party affiliation. Now, I do know somebody who's running as an independent that I like, but I have no idea what their political values are, what their beliefs are. I don't know that even having a long conversation might not even reveal that. So I think that's a hard thing to get at. But if I believe that there is a value, there are values around at least what I think of as a Democrat, that I can at least have a starting point. I think that many people will say nonpartisan elections sound like Kent. You know, it kind of levels the playing field. It gives everybody a chance, equal chance to get on the ballot, and we can get more divergent views on council. Right? Sounds good. Sounds good. It's a diversity is a value we express as a community. We want people to just get along, right? But on the flip side, I think the word partisan has become a pejorative. So I think people are inclined to say they want nonpartisan elections until they're stuck with trying to figure out who's who without any clues other than I have to go now to the League of Women Voters debate, and that's great. Some people will, some people are really motivated. And like I said, I'm going to have a conversation with this person I know that's running as an independent, because I do want to know what's in their heart. Not just what they say they want for Kent. Everybody wants the roads to be fixed. There are issues at the local level that are nonpartisan, really, but not everything. We have a different view, we, meaning many Democrats, of government, the role of government. That's really important right now, especially. We're seeing government decimated right now. And I don't want that to happen. Ken, I'm worried about this. I am worried that I want Ken to reflect the community. And I think the community is a progressive community that wants to work problems through the government, as well as other venues. So I'm worried that we're taking this piece of we would be taking this piece of information away from people. Do I want people to be able to decide this? Yes. But what I first said was, we have to watch out for the pejoratives and the kind of the kumbaya kind of attitude that nonpartisan gives, that many people won't think through. I don't believe. I think this is just a really bad time to do this for Kent. And it stresses me out when I have to vote for somebody at school board or judges that, you know, it's really hard to figure out who shares my values, who might have similar notions of what government means. So I'm just really stressed out about this and do not want to see this even put forward to the voters at this time. I think maybe this can be an ongoing discussion. Maybe things will change. And maybe we can develop. But, you know, the idea of, you know, we need a diverse viewpoint on council. We have diversity on council. We have respect. We have decorum here on council. I do not want to see that approached, because I do believe that there are people that may use this as an opportunity to do that. And one person can do a lot of damage. We've seen it, not necessarily from somebody who's other than a Democrat, but one person can do a lot of damage. And, you know, just the way things are going right now, it's frightening.
I'm ready to call a motion. Is there a motion on the floor?
I'll move to accept the nonpartisan election.
I'll second.
Second by Melissa. Further discussion? Further discussion? Anybody else? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Aye.
Sounds like it failed by me. Okay, we want to thank you people again.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I'm the only independent here.
I need to call an
I
executive.
still don't know where your political views are.
I need to call.
Jack has the floor, Heidi.
I need to call an executive session to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official.
So moved.
Who seconded it? Roll call.
No one seconded it. No one seconded.
Yeah, I thought somebody seconded it.
No. So I guess we're not going to have this executive session.
Oh, it dies for no second.
Yeah, I'm fine.
So we'll have to push this till next time.
Thank you.
Okay.
So articulate, and I was not.
My wife's gonna understand.
Sorry. Next week's wife, what the hell are you talking?
Oh, look, I wrote this whole essay out.
I vote for now she's a registered Democrat. She's like, I will vote for whoever I want to vote for.
I think you and I talked about, I decided to run from there, I decided being independent, so people felt that.
Said he's independent. We know he's not independent.
Do I want one?
He kind of told me last time, I'll win by changing my, it's like,